The time is 6 o'clock. I'm calling the meeting of the City Council to order. Today is May 25th, 2021. Can we have a roll call, please?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Roberts.
Here.
Wiley.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Sullivan.
Here.
Mayor Chair Roulette.
I am here. If you can, please stand with me for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will move to item 3, approval of the agenda. Mr. City Manager, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, we do not, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a move for approval?
So motion to approve.
Thank you. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Yes. We'll move to item 4, approval of minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
Stockton, I motion.
Thank you.
So second.
Sullivan, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Yes. We'll move to presentations. We have a Building Safety Week proclamation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Fred Bouderi, the Acting Director of Community Development. This proclamation would proclaim this week as Building Safety Week in Vacaville. It recognizes National Building Safety Month. Safe buildings, of course, are ensured through the permitting, plan checking, and inspection process, addressing safety issues, quality of life, and environmental quality. We've been fortunate. The pandemic has not stopped construction. The city's team of inspectors are currently averaging about 90 inspections a day to keep projects moving. And the online systems that have been developed and in place for the past few years have enabled people to continue getting permits at a greater rate than we experienced before that system was in place. I'd also like to recognize that there are other departments in addition to the Community Development Department who do inspection and building safety activities out there in the field every day, and we recognize all of them. So we want to thank the council for your consideration of the proclamation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I do have a proclamation. I'll read a couple of the whereases. Proclamation for Building Safety Week, May 24th through the 28th, 2021. Whereas the safety of buildings we occupy daily is essential to the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Vacaville. And whereas through the constant efforts of local building officials and their cooperative relationship with the design and construction industry, the administration of these health and life safety standards is assured. Now, therefore, being resolved, I, Ron Roulette, Mayor, on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do proclaim May 24th through the 28th, 2021, Building Safety Week in the city of Vacaville and urge all citizens to participate in building safety activities on the International Code Council website to create awareness to the importance of construction and building codes and to spotlight the role of the dedication code official in administering those codes. So thank you very much. And we will move on to item 6, which is the consent calendar. Does anyone from the City Council want to pull anything off the consent calendar? I do see Vice Mayor Sullivan. Which number would you like, or which letter would you like to pull?
I'd like to pull 6A just to vote on it separately. I don't have questions, but I want to vote on it separately.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else want to pull anything off of consent? I see none. I do see a hand raised from the public. Can we go to Alicia Minion? We've already pulled 6A. I believe she wanted 6A, but does she want something else?
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
I was asking for 6A as well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, we pulled it. Thank you. I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to entertain motion for 6B, C, D, E, and F.
Sullivan, all motion.
Silva, second.
We have a motion second. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Sullivan? Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Willett?
Yes. And then Vice Mayor said he didn't really want to discuss it. He just wanted to pull it to vote on it. So let's open it up to public comment and go back to Alicia Minion, please.
Hi, Alicia Minion. I want to thank the staff for responding to questions I sent in an email yesterday. And so I'm asking that council not support the formation of the CFD for the various reasons that I've communicated in emails, but I want to address verbally today this notion that staff indicated in their response to me that the agreement that the developer made in 2006 to pay for certain things, including, for example, the fire station, the equipping of the fire station at Lagoon Valley. The agreement explicitly says the developer will pay, the city will not pay. Based on the staff's response, it indicates to me that the staff is saying the city's not paying because the CFD is not their funds. But I have a different belief. The mere fact that this action requires your vote is indicative that the CFD is generating public funds. If these weren't public funds, then this item wouldn't be on the agenda. And I think there's some confusion on whose responsibility is to pay for these, for the bond, for example, and whose money is it? In my view, this is the city's money because you have power of attorney over the money, you have responsibility to expend the money, you have access to the funds, you effectively have possession of the funds, and possession is 9/10 of the law. It's very explicit in that agreement in 2006 that the developer will pay for certain items. If they weren't required to pay for certain items, then why were they explicitly addressed in this agreement? And it's extraordinary in the history of Vacaville that a developer is literally shifting their obligations, all of them, onto the CFD Melrose district, onto these future taxpayers. This kind of transaction, this deal that this developer got has never happened in the history of Vacaville. And the entire transaction is fundamentally wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to council to entertain motion.
And this is Silva. Can we get some just clarification from staff on some of the comments that were brought up,
Sure.
please?
City manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask Ken Matsumi, our finance director, to take a shot at that, please.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. City Manager. This is Ken Matsumi, the finance director. I'm not sure if there was a particular question in the comment that was raised by Ms. Minion regarding whether this is the CFD's money or not. I mean, the obligation to pay the CFD bonds aren't going to be paid by the city. It's not going to be paid by anybody that's outside of that Lagoon Valley development. The CFD that's being formed the services that are going to be paid out there, the bonds that are going to be issued to pay for that infrastructure, it's going to be paid by, that's going to be paid by the homeowners that are going to be benefiting from those services and the infrastructure that's being put out there. And really the whole purpose of the CFD is so that when you have new development that's occurring and there's infrastructure that needs to occur out there, there's services that need to be provided out there, that impact isn't borne by the city and the rest of the existing residents. And so that's really the purpose of the CFD. I'm not sure if that really gets to the comments that the resident had, but that would be my take on the CFD and it not being an obligation of the city.
Thank you very much. I'll entertain motion.
This is Stockton, I motion.
Thank you. Can I get a second? I'll second it. Can we go to roll call, please?
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
No.
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
No.
Mayor Rolette?
Yes. Let's move on to item 7, business from the floor. This is time to address the council with issues that are not on the agenda, but that are within the council's subject matter jurisdiction. Do we have anybody on the phone line tonight?
Sarah Palmisano, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer youth face greater risk of physical and mental health hazards than their heterosexual peers, including substance abuse, suicidality, and depression. Factors influencing these negative health outcomes include discrimination, harassment, and physical harm, lack of family and social support, and internalized homophobia, which culminate in experiences of minority stress, a unique set of stressors experienced by those on society's margins. Adding important nuance to the minority stress argument, in a study of LGBTQIA+ youth's higher rates of self-destructive behaviors, researchers argue that it's the general context of environmental homophobia that is distressing to youth, not their sexual minority identities themselves. In attempts to address environmental homophobia and gender-based bullying, public policy researchers have encouraged government entities to fly the pride flag to proclaim communities as safe for the LGBTQIA+ community. A semiotic analysis reveals that young people use the pride flag to construct meanings related to affiliation and positive feelings about themselves, different communities, and their futures. Given the outcomes of bullying and other stressors LGBTQIA+ youth experience, symbols of pride may be particularly important. Pride relates to a feeling of comfort and accomplishment in oneself and one's community. Policymakers believe the visibility of the symbol can help when paired with inclusive policy and other initiatives. Research identifies the Pride Rainbow as one of the tools and signposts used by this community to find support and to feel supported. The Pride flag also signals to anti-queer organizations and citizens that their rhetoric and hate is not welcome nor supported. By flying a Pride flag, Vacaville has the power to reduce negative health outcomes for an entire generation of LGBTQIA+ youth and set an example that Vacaville is a place of peace for everyone, as it is wont to say, not just heterosexual folks. Vallejo does it, Benicia does it, Sassoon has a permanent Pride flag in their city hall. We've been told you can't, when can you? We've been told to wait our turn and we're done. It's past time for Vacaville to fly the Pride flag at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. I'd like to report from my district, the Black District. We're just going to put that on the agenda to make that next city council position since we don't have any representation. So I'm reporting from my district. I would still like to encourage you guys to agendize the CART practice. I don't like to call it a program because it seems like it's just one and done. You have to live the lifestyle of CART. It just can't be a program that we, just throw things at. So please put that on the agenda so we can make that happen, bring it to real life. Also, I would like to agendize the Police Law Enforcement Oversight Committee, chaired by myself, of course. Who else? Please put that on there so we can make sure that these law enforcement officers are doing what they're supposed to do. And then at least I can be at the table when it comes up for negotiation, because I know they're coming up for negotiation, and we can change a lot of things. We can talk about changing some things and not being racist, but until we get some Black folks who are really Black folks on the negotiation table to question police policy, these things are still going to happen. So that's not the end of my report. I would like to close by saying this, because I'm about solutions, I'm about change, and I'm about transparency. Honest cat. Morning I got pulled over by Vallejo's finest. I didn't do anything wrong. Wasn't speeding. Wasn't drinking and driving. Had my blinker on. Only thing, my windows was tinted. Super dark. Griff pulled me over. My registration was cool. My license was cool. I had my hands out the window, so there was no false, movements or anything like that. He pulled me right over there on Scroggins and Monte Vista. He was super cool. Gave me a warning. Told me to get my windows untinted so he could see me, because to his point, he can't see who's in the car. That's a problem. So he pulled me over. I just want to thank him for not murking me. I'm glad I got home to see my kids and my wife and my grandson. So again, like I told him, you're going to hear me talking a lot about law enforcement, but that's not towards him. That's just over in general, because that's just how it is. So shout out Griff for not blasting me, letting me get home. Tinted windows, man. I'm getting them fixed tomorrow. We all make mistakes. We live and we learn, but I was trying to be cool too. So again, that's my report from the Black community. You guys have a great night. Let me know when you want to get that part practice going. Let me know when I can get on this oversight committee so we can make some real serious, tangible police policy changes. Have a great evening.
Next caller.
Ravante Robinson, I'll open your mic.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. So I just wanted to start off by talking about how we had this beautiful vigil out there at Andrews Park, and it was taken down, and they washed away all the beautiful chalk and everything, like some haters. And I also want to say that I think that we need to have this Black community report every week on here. Like y'all should have Edward Russell as a part of the agenda, so that it will promote some inclusivity. I also wanted to call in support of an oversight committee, because it's badly needed, and it does need to be chaired by people who are from the community and not ex-law enforcement people. And Roy Stockton still has not denounced the 3%er. I'm starting to think it's because he is one. And just to let you know, Roy, you cannot cancel me. And I also support Vacaville flying the pride flag. And it's a perfect time for you to think about that, because we don't want you to wait till the last day of June to do it. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say for tonight.
Next caller.
Christian Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I have a few things to say. First off, I did listen to the last meeting when Aaron, our city manager, gave the update about the Solano Regional Mobile, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but the mobile crisis unit. And I did try to look up the information for it, and I really couldn't find a lot of information. The only information I found was on the Fairfield PD's Facebook page and the Uplift Services, Family Services page, which announced their partnership with Solano or Sassoon and Fairfield. So the little info I found, it does seem like this is still a partnership with the police department. And I think what was very important about part that we tried to emphasize was the absence of the police, and that it was very important that the police not be involved, that dispatchers are involved and the police were not involved. We also made it a very important point to talk about the culture of the Vacaville Police Department, the toxic culture, and how we don't want to continue. We don't want to continue funding the toxic culture. We need to be defunding the the Vacaville Police Department, and we need to fund CART or something like it that does not have police presence. I also want to say that we did not abandon the vigil. We went every few days to clean it up, to add new flowers, to put new candles up, and it's very hurtful that you guys took it away and cleaned off the beautiful chalk art, because this was not an abandoned property, which was the note that was left for us saying when we showed up with new flowers and new candles. So I don't know if you were trying to hurt us, but you know, good fucking job. I'm sorry, but good job. That was very hurtful, and we will build it again. Please do not take it away. If you feel, you know, that it needs to be cleaned up, give us a call. You know how to reach us. That is actually all that I have for tonight. I'm sorry, the subcommittee. I know you guys have this equity consultants looking into it. I applaud you for that. I think I'm optimistic about what comes out of it, but we are looking for an under and an oversight committee that is without police presence. We are not making complaints to the police department. We are not investing in this police department anymore. Please hear us. Thank you. Good night.
Next caller.
Jonathan Cook, I'll open your mic.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jonathan Cook. I am the Executive Director of Solano Pride Center, and I am encouraging and in support of raising the Pride flag for the month of June, recognizing June as LGBTQ Pride Month. I appreciate very much working with Mayor Rowlett and the City Council, and have received the Pride Proclamation the past several years. And we are hoping to be able to work with the city to have the Pride flag raised this June. Vacaville would join several other cities across Solano County, including Benicia, Vallejo, it looks like Fairfield, and Solano County, in raising the flag for the month of June. And of course, with Vacaville, with businesses such as Genentech, many small businesses and community-based organizations, Solano Pride Center looks forward to working with you to make this happen. Perhaps consider adopting a flag policy. That's something that I forwarded to the council yesterday. And Solano Pride Center also is willing to donate a flag to the city. And thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller.
Blanca, I'll open your mic.
Hi, so I wanted to speak on a few things. CART was needed to be agendized by today's meeting, and instead the city manager told us about the Solano Regional Mobile Crisis Unit, which, like someone else said, it was really hard to find information on it. But from also what I got from it is that the unit will still be working with police in these mental health crisis calls. And that was not what we had been calling about and asking for. We wanted no police involvement in these calls because of how problematic the police are for this community. And until you're truly going to be transparent with the police department, like with the K9 case and with Preston, then I don't think anyone's really going to trust you to even come out for a call like that, which also leads to needing an oversight committee with no police involvement, because community deserves to be holding them accountable. I don't think police will ever see the problem with another police behavior because that's what they deem acceptable treatment of us brown and black people. So I think we need to agendize having a community ran undersight and oversight committee. And also, of course, the Solidarity Square at Andrews Park for Dante Wright. It was not abandoned property. Multiple community members did go and clean up the area and add fresh flowers and personal messages. And this area was, you know, for love and for everyone to grieve together as a community. And I don't understand how that was deemed abandoned. And if the last city council meeting had you feeling so strongly that you wanted to destroy a community vigil for your own selfish reasons, then we will rebuild. And if you keep taking it down, then I think you should put the rules that you decided on the closed session for protesting, because the city has been quiet for too long. And if you keep doing things to harm us, then we will start protesting again. So why don't you go ahead and post everything from that closed session so we know what's not going to get us murdered. And I yield my time.
Next caller.
Giselle Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for hearing me this evening. I would like to start by addressing the fact that CART is not agendized this evening. It is not on the agenda. And you have heard multiple times from your community that this is what we want, and you continue to ignore our request. You think that you can pacify us with a police driven, co-driven program. We did not want the police involved. That was explicitly explained to you over and over again, that the police are the problem. Yet here you go trying to funnel more money to them. Make it make sense. It doesn't. All right, moving on. Next thing I wanted to talk about was the fact that Dante Wright's vigil was taken. The code that was left for us that we apparently violated was Municipal Code 2.56, which clearly states that the items are lost, which, you know, these items are not lost and are not abandoned. Y'all knew who this belonged to. Y'all knew you could have called us. You, you knew who did this and why. And you knew that it was being refreshed. People were coming to this place to grieve. It was a place for community members to come, no matter who they were. And y'all already know how we feel about dealing with the police. A lot of it is traumatic for us, especially for me. So now I don't want to have to go to the police station to pick up a vigil of a man who was killed by the police. Y'all like really don't think about these things, do you? You could have called us, and it's really hurtful. I'm disappointed in all of you. It shows a lack of leadership, and it shows that Vacaville will never have any positive change with you. And that's overall. I don't care anymore. I want change, and if you're not going to do it, we're going to find someone who can. Y'all suck. Bye.
Next caller.
Jennifer Piazza, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. So there's a number of things I'd like to address this evening. The first being that I'm incredibly disappointed to see and to hear that CART was not agendized. I want to reiterate what everybody else said, in that the whole idea was to not have this program associated with the police. And people have told you over and over and over that there is trauma surrounding police interactions for many people. And just because it's not something that you've experienced because of your privilege doesn't mean it's not something that you need to address. So check your privilege, unpack a little bit, and let's get that agendized. Number two, I want to express my disappointment at hearing, and this is the first time I've heard of it, that the vigil was dismantled as being lost or abandoned property. That's really unfortunate. And again, it goes back to, let's have some empathy. Let's unpack our fragility about, feeling like maybe this is, pointed or directed at us somehow, us being, the council, the city, because it's not about you. And it was about healing and grieving. And that's really unfortunate to hear. Number three, I want to express my support for flying the pride flag for the month of June. Visual reminders are really, really powerful, and they represent that they're very powerful representations of the things that we believe. And obviously you're aware of that given your destruction of the vigil. And so, maybe turn that around a little bit, show some compassion and some empathy, and going to be a theme here, compassion and empathy for the people that you represent who are going to hold you accountable, and fly the pride flags again. Thank you.
Next caller.
Danielle Shea, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Good evening, council, city staff, mayor. I'm here tonight just to note that numerous people requested that 2 measures be added to the agenda for this council session. Yet those items have not been agendized. I personally requested, along with many others, that council add the formation of a citizen oversight committee and the implementation of an alternative response unit that is independent of the police department. Vacaville police have proven definitively that they cannot effectively police themselves. Now, I understand that the one that Aaron spoke about at the last meeting is something that's been in the works for a long time and is coming down from the state level with state level funding. So I'll say now that we're still asking for an alternative response team that is independent of the police department. I ask again tonight that you agendize these items and that city staff begin researching effective models used by other cities for a citizen oversight committee that has true jurisdiction over police conduct, and an alternative response team that is completely independent of and unrelated to the police department. I also want to request that council agendize an update into the criminal investigation of the officer that assaulted the autistic child. And in honor of Pride Month, I ask that the city of Vacaville include representation of all its citizens by flying the pride flag. Good evening.
Next caller.
Caller ending in 724, I'll open your mic.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor, council, and residents and staff. This is Roberto Valdez. I just wanted to bring something that you don't have in your agenda again. You know, and I just want to make it brief. I was reading today a very important, very noteworthy article in the Vacaville report about this very active citizen, Virginia Koppenberg, and it, you know, and I certainly am in sympathy with the family. But the reason I called was because one of the things that got to me when I was reading that article, besides her passing away, was that it was mentioned that she used to live, and I believe she still lives, her family lives there, near the what used to be so-called Japantown, Chinatown in downtown Vacaville. And I've heard this, what happened, some of the story behind it. And in my opinion, it's really a black eye in the history of Vacaville. So my point to you is to ask you if you would consider putting some sort of a plaque or some sort of a worthy monument to, you know, to show that there were people living there who were literally removed out of their own free will, you know, by our government, and you know, they ended up suffering a lot. And I think it's also very relevant to what we're seeing, what is happening with the Asian community, to the Asian community unfairly by people who don't appreciate people of Asian descent, you know, or, you know, and so my suggestion is that you put there, and so that people, when they go down to Vacaville, besides seeing all the businesses that are there, that they recognize that there, at one time there was a very pronounced, significant Japanese and Chinese community there that was contributing to our city, and I think that would go a long way to morally cleanse of the black eye that we've had because of the war and Second World War and other things. So anyway, that's just a suggestion. I hope you will consider it and maybe act on it one day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller.
Ian Lee, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. I know you seem to be very busy, not listening to what everyone has been calling for the last few years. Dude, find another job. That's all.
Next caller, please.
Jean McDougald, I'll open your mic.
Yes, I want to speak on behalf of Empower Solano and encourage everyone to get their vaccination. We are the only county in the Bay Area who is still stuck in the red zone. So I want to encourage everyone to do so. There are all kinds of resources that are available to people to get those. We need to move on and get out of the zone. Also want to encourage people to prepare for emergencies like fires and so forth by taking care of their property and also being prepared for earthquakes as well. And this is on behalf of Empower Solano. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Lucy, I'll open your mic.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I wanted to talk about 6 things total. The first one is the takedown of the vigil at Andrews Park. Like other callers had mentioned, it was not abandoned property. It was not lost property. We are going to rebuild it. So if there's any kind of statutes about time limitations, we'll go ahead and we'll follow those, but we need to know if we're being held to certain things in terms of time limits with that vigil. The second item is an update on the canine assault back in December. We know there's corruption and lack of transparency regarding the investigation, and I would like it agendized for the next city council meeting that we get a thorough update from the police department and city council on that. The third one is an update on Preston Wolf. We would like, I myself would like a release of the assaulting officer's name, his termination and prosecution. I also wanted to second Danielle Shea's request to have this agendized, which to add on to what, or to second what she said as well, this was already supposed to be agendized. The fourth item, I'm not sure if anyone's discussed this, is the homeless site remediation, which the city of Vacaville is kicking $53,000, which is basically just a pretty way for you guys to say homeless encampment cleanup. I want to criticize you guys for implementing that. I'm sure there are no additional resources being implemented to get those folks housed. I don't care if the side of the road looks like crap if my neighbors do not have anywhere to sleep. So shame on you guys for kicking $53,000 to that. The fifth one is I heard there was a new police response to protesters that was approved in I want to say a special meeting or something, and though whatever the protesters are held to now, that has not been released, and how are we supposed to know what laws to abide by if they're not posted anywhere, if we're not informed? So it just seems like a very sneaky way to just get protesters arrested and to silence community members. So that was the fifth one. The last one, I also wanted to voice disapproval of CART. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of it. I think it's like MHSA or something. That's not an okay CART alternative. We were requesting something that was completely independent of police. So just do what you will with that. I don't have any other suggestions for it besides you guys did a bad job of picking that program when we gave you the name of the program we wanted by name. So with that, that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Caller, please.
James Shea, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go along with all the other callers and ask that a citizens oversight and undersight committee be agendized by the next meeting. We need to be able to police the police because they won't do it themselves. This has been asked for months and months now. And as far as the CART program, that needs to be implemented, not a mobile crisis unit that's being rolled out in Fairfield and Sassoon. That unit's only running 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, which leaves the police to respond to all the other calls not during that time period, which isn't going to help anything. And the CART program needs to be independent from the police department. We don't want the police presence there. That's what sets these things off, and makes things worse. Also, I recently saw a post from the Vacaville government Facebook page explaining the flags in Andrews Park. I mean, this is probably a Parks and Rec issue. I'm not too sure, but there's no acknowledgement of the indigenous land that we're on, that is now California or Vacaville. So maybe that's something that we can make happen as well. And also, Ron, I wish you would fight as hard for people of color and the houseless as you do for Mr. Beatty. You know, you said the protesters were bullies, but I mean, you're the bully. I mean, last week you're muting Roberto, you're putting words in Councilman Silva's mouth just to try to protect your boy's lease on a property. I mean, Vice Mayor Sullivan asked for suggestions. I made a suggestion a couple of meetings ago. I'll do it again. That building at 1040 Mason, it's a city-owned building. You guys could charge the fair market rent and put a retail cannabis store there and get that cannabis tax money. It's a double dip type of situation. You're getting rent money and tax money. Also, I'm embarrassed that for 3 months now, Roy, you've been asked to denounce the 3%ers and you refuse to do so. But all y'all just sit there with this dude. So you should all be ashamed of yourselves. Roy, you should resign or just denounce him. I mean, it's that easy. And lastly, in honor of Pride Month, I also asked that the city include representation of all its citizens by flying the Pride flag. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Caller ending in 193, I'll open your mic.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Hi. This is the first time I've ever spoke, and just wanted to thank all of you for having the meeting tonight. Makes me really happy that we have it. My name is Tammy. I have been a resident of Vacaville since 1968, and I just love the city. And first of all, I want to thank the Vacaville Police Department for being an amazing department. And I know that there are occasionally issues, but I think by far it has been a superior police department and well run. I am not for any commission that is run by, I don't know, people that are more on a radical agenda to be overseeing our police department. I think the mayor and the police chief and the unions do a good job. And I just wanted to say that. The second thing that I would like to see is a celebration of 4th of July. I would love to see the fireworks come back. It's an outdoor event, which has seemed to be safe. I know probably a risk would be the fire, so I don't know if that's the reason why we may not have one. But I'm really hoping that we can celebrate our nation. And I stand with the decision for the flags that we have flown at Alamo Creek Walk and all of that. I just wanted to tell you, all of you, thank you. I know there's a lot of people that get on here and complain and everything, but I just wanted to tell all of you that I appreciate all of you and what you're doing for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And ma'am, this council voted for 4th of July fireworks by the city this year, so you're in luck.
Yay. Thank you so much. That's exciting. Thank you.
I'm going to close public comment now, and we will move on to item 8A. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. Good evening. The first item tonight is a resolution approving the engineer's report for our landscape, lighting, and maintenance districts. Brian McLean, our Deputy Director of Public Works, has a brief report for you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Next slide, Crystal. Pursuant to the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972, Part 2, Division 15 of the California Streets and Highways Code, the City of Vacaville is empowered to annually levy and collect special assessments for neighborhood parks, street landscape areas, drainage and detention basins, open spaces, and street lighting. Next slide. These special assessments are needed for the maintenance of landscape and lighting within public right-of-way, dedicated landscape easements, parks, detention basins, and street lighting throughout the various districts. Maintenance can be outlined as work on turf, ground cover, shrubs and trees, irrigation systems, drainage systems, lighting, fencing, parks, entry monuments, open space, and all the necessary appurtenances therein. The city currently has an inventory of 134 lighting and maintenance districts, assessment districts, otherwise known as LLMDs. Each district is distinct with its own levy and operating budget. Next slide. In order to levy the assessments and in compliance with the Landscape and Lighting Act, a three-step process is undertaken. First, staff asks City Council to consider the directing of the preparation of the annual engineer's report, which was approved by City Council on February 9th of this year. Second, staff asks City Council to consider the preliminary approval of the annual engineer's report, which was approved by City Council at the May 11th meeting. And finally, at a public hearing, this public hearing tonight, staff requests City Council to consider the approval of the engineer's report and the ordering of the levy of assessments as detailed within that engineer's report. Next slide. In regards to the annual rate adjustment, the maximum allowable assessment rates are subject to an annual adjustment that is tied to the Consumer Price Index, CPI, for the San Francisco Bay Area, and a maximum annual adjustment rate is not to exceed 3%. As allowed by law, any change in the CPI in excess of 3% is cumulatively reserved as the unused CPI and can be used to increase the maximum authorized assessment rate in years in which the CPI is less than 3%. The change in the San Francisco Bay Area CPI from December 2019 to December 2020 was 2%, and the unused CPI balance was 1.58%. Therefore, the maximum allowable assessment amount for each L&L operating budget for fiscal year 2021-22 will be increased by 3%. Next slide. As noted previously, the engineer's report identifies 134 landscape and lighting districts. Based on an assessment of each district, anticipated expenses for the coming fiscal year, existing revenue balances, if any, and the maximum allowable 3% CPI increase, for fiscal year 2021-22, 65 district levies will be increased, 17 district levies will remain unchanged, 39 district levies will be decreased due to available surpluses in these particular districts, and 13 district levies will not be assessed, as it is not anticipated that the public improvements will be completed by the close of this coming fiscal year. The total assessment amount for fiscal year 2021-22 is $4,282,321. Next slide. Individuals interested in reviewing the various LLMD levies issued by the City of Vacaville, as well as levies issued by other agencies or entities, can do so by visiting the City of Vacaville's Geographic Information System, otherwise known as GIS, at our GIS portal at the link provided here or within the staff report. By searching for the address of interest, clicking on the specific parcel and selecting parcel tax information, users can access the Solano County Assessor's website, which will display the various levies for that property under the tax change information heading. Next slide. As part of the fiscal year 2021-22 $4.2 million assessment, and as analyzed and confirmed within the engineer's report, consistent with the Landscape and Lighting Act, the city's general fund contributes at least a 10% subsidy to districts with parks in consideration of the general use of the park by the public at large. That general fund 10% contribution for fiscal year 21-22 equals $303,573. However, 19 parks have been identified to have a shortfall even after the 10% general fund subsidy is applied. To cover that shortfall, the general fund will contribute an additional $413,958, which can be seen in attachment 2 of the staff report. The fiscal year 2021-22 park general fund subsidy total will be $717,531. Please note, staff recognize that City Council at the special study session of February 2nd, 2021, identified the need to develop strategies to address the fiscal structural deficiencies of existing landscape and lighting districts. That was strategic plan goal initiative 4A, ensure fiscal sustainability. The scope of that effort is being assessed by staff for actionable next steps. Next slide. In terms of the fiscal impact, approval of the engineer's report will order the levy of assessments totaling $4,282,321, which will allow the city to continue to maintain the landscape easements, parks, detention basins, and street lighting within the city's 134 assessment districts. The city's general fund contribution to park districts will include the 10% subsidy of $303,573, which is accounted within that $4.2 million assessment, in addition to the shortfall contribution of $413,958 for fiscal year 21-22, the total general fund contribution of $717,531. Next slide. The recommendation by simple motion is to adopt the subject resolution. That concludes my presentation. Additionally, Jeanette Henson with SCI Consulting Group, our LLMD Engineers Report Consultant, is on the line as well.
Thank you for the presentation. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Brian, thank you for the presentation. I think you touched on my concerns and my comments on slide 8. I just really wanted to underline, highlight, put a big bullet point in the fact that our landscape and lighting districts and our neighborhood park funds cannot and are not supporting quality development, especially in the older parts of town. We have many main arteries of town with fences falling down and trash, and we just don't have the resources to really beef these up. And when you have these main corridors or the main pathway to the economic engines of town or significant neighborhoods where folks frankly just deserve better, we really need to figure out a way to sort of beef up these main corridors. And so, I am happy that you mentioned that in your presentation, but I want to underline the importance of that and how vital that is needed to be done. The parks, our parks need some love. We're going to hear the Parks and Rec Master Plan tonight. Our neighborhood parks, our Parks and Rec staff and our Public Works staff do an amazing job keeping them up, but they're old, dated. They have old, broken equipment. We've been tearing out bushes and things because we can't support the irrigation needs. Our residents deserve better, and $770,000 to augment some of those funds is great. But when we're talking about $100 million budget and $13 million in Measure M, I really, really want to give some of that money back to these parks and these districts, especially in the lower income parts of town and parts of town that we often forget about. We have to address this because parts of town are aging, they're not aging well, and our residents deserve better. So I appreciate the effort. I'm glad you called it out in the presentation. I just wanted to put an underline, exclamation point, highlighter on that fact. Some of the older parts of town, those L&Ls and parks need some love. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the presentation, and I understand that this is the third part of this particular bit of business, and then we will further look at strategies to address some of these deficiencies. My question is, like in District 6, there's lots of building. So when a new subdivision goes in or another part is built on, are they just annexed into an existing LL lighting and landscaping district, or when do you determine which is going to be a new district and which is going to just be joining the adjoining one?
Most of the time, those additional subdivisions that are added are worked into the existing districts.
Okay, and so I make a motion that we pass this.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment, and then I'll come back to you, Councilmember Wiley. Anybody on the phones?
I see no hands.
I'm going to close public comment and I'll bring it back to Councilmember Wiley.
All right, I'll move this item
Thank
to
you.
pass.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. Sullivan.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Mayor Roulette?
Aye. We'll move to 9A, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, sir. This next item is a request to initiate a residential overlay rezone request for the Oak Grove apartment project located at 475 West Monte Vista Avenue. Our associate planner, Albert Eno, will make a brief presentation on this item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Next slide, please. A little information about the project site. It's comprised of 2.11 acres. There are 2 parcels. It's currently zoned neighborhood commercial, and the request for this initiation is to add a residential overlay onto the project. The project itself is comprised of 55 affordable apartment units. The units themselves range in floor area from 610 square feet to 1,106 square feet. The applicable zoning district with that residential overlay would be the high density district, which has a allowable density of 20.1 to 24 units per acre. For this project, the applicant is requesting 26 units per acre. The project will include 2 3-story buildings, and those buildings will hold 24 1-bedroom units, 16 2-bedroom units, and 15 3-bedroom units. The overall site has 65 parking spaces that are surfaced. The applications include a density bonus, a planned development, and a mitigated negative declaration for the environmental assessment. The density bonus does include a couple of concessions. One is for the ground floor open space to decrease the requirement from 100 square feet to 90 square feet. And then there's a second request for relief from tree replacement mitigation requirements. The overall project itself would be subject to Planning Commission review and City Council approval. Next slide, please. This aerial image shows where the project is located, with West Monte Vista to the north and South Orchard Avenue to the west. Glenbrook Plaza is located across the street to the west, with the fire station to the south. The project is surrounded by existing multifamily development to the east, single-family development to the southeast, and then across the street to the north and the northwest are existing apartments and existing single-family development. Next slide. This landscape plan shows how the buildings would be laid out on the site, with parking on the interior of the site and the gas station and existing 7-Eleven to the northwest. Next slide. This architectural rendering was provided by the applicant, and it shows what the project would look like if it were viewed from West Monte Vista Avenue. Next slide. And this is the view for the project if it were viewed from South Orchard Avenue. Varying materials, composite shingle roof with vertical board and batten siding and varying materials. Next slide. A little bit of background on this project. July of last year is when City Council approved the DDLA for the project. That DDLA was a loan agreement between the City of Vacaville and Eden Oak Grove investors, and it was for development of rent-restricted housing on the city-owned property that's part of this project. In October of 2020, the applicant, Eden Housing, hosted their first neighborhood meeting via Zoom. In December of 2020, the city hosted their own neighborhood meeting as part of the development review process. We heard a lot of comments from the public about that. Between December 2020 and May 2021, the applicant made some revisions to the project, which brings the unit count to the 55 units that you're seeing today. Last Thursday, we did have a third neighborhood meeting, and that was hosted by Eden Housing. Some of the concerns that we heard during that meeting were related to the neighborhood traffic within the surrounding area, concerns about the lack of parking for the project, and the potential criminal activity that could be brought by future residents. Some of the concerns were about architectural compatibility also. Next slide. So the next steps for this initiation, if the City Council decides to approve this initiation for the zone change, the project would continue its development review process. Staff would continue analyzing it. And at some point in the future, staff would bring the project before the Planning Commission. Planning Commission would give a recommendation, and then the item would eventually be forwarded on to City Council for that final action. However, if the City Council denies the initiation, the project would be withdrawn. Next slide. So with our review of the project, it's our recommendation, staff that is, to approve the initiation. This is just the zoning initiation, not the approval of the actual zone change. There are a couple of items that we observed while looking at this request. The project would meet the general plan and the city's strategic goals for providing housing, but it would also provide affordable housing units. The project is close to a lot of amenities like a grocery store, a convenience store, a restaurant, and other personal services. And it is close within close proximity to other schools. So for those reasons, it's staff's recommendation for City Council that they would approve the initiation. That's it for my presentation. The applicant is also here to answer any questions, as well as the city's housing director.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll go to public comments.
Kyle Swearens, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kyle Swearens, and on behalf of Carpenters Local Unit 180 and its members, we strongly support the zone change for Eden Housing and Oak Grove Apartments. Eden Housing has made a commitment to use a union general contractor on their housing project in the city of Vacaville. This commitment ensures that the construction workers working on this project will be local residents, paid area standard wages, receive health care and retirement benefits, and participate in a joint labor management program. Additionally, it exhibits Eden Housing's desire to be part of the community before, during, and after construction of their project. These type of partnerships are what allow us to retain an essential workforce of trained, skilled, and experienced construction workers in Northern California, which are able to perform at a high level in a safe and timely manner. The result is high worker productivity and career pathways for new apprentices, including women, minorities, and veterans from our local community. And let's not forget, this development was 1 story higher, cutting 1 level of housing to meet the community's request and improve the parking ratio. Eden Housing cares about this community, its local residents, and the job opportunities this housing project creates. We encourage you to support this zone change for Oak Grove Apartment Project and their intent to be a great partner for the city of Vacaville. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Israel Avila, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, first, I'd like to say thanks to the City Council and the Mayor for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Israel Avila, and I've been in the construction trades for 20 years. I also went through a 4-year apprenticeship program. There will be ample opportunities to speak on this project in the upcoming months. Let's not forget this vote tonight is only to consider a zone change. I'm asking the council to move forward this development along. You have Eden Housing who has made a commitment to local jobs, trained workforce, and opportunities for the residents to have a successful career. Also, let's not forget the housing crisis we are in and the commitment Eden Housing has made to address these issues by presenting to the council. The Oak Grove Apartment, a proposal for new affordable housing in Vacaville. I'm asking council to please vote to keep moving forward and get it into a more detailed review session at a later date. Thanks again, Israel Avila.
Next caller, please.
Fidel Chavez, I'll open your mic.
Yes, hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Fidel Chavez, and I am calling in full support of approval of the zoning change for the Eden Housing Affordable Housing Project. And I'd like to thank you for the time to speak, and have a wonderful day.
Next caller, please.
Krista Hill, I'll open your mic.
Hi, good evening. My name is Krista Hill and I'm a resident of Vacaville, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. While I do agree that the community needs to work towards ensuring housing opportunities, however, it should not be at the expense of the health and safety of the potential residents and existing community. The intent of the proposed changes before you tonight is to lay the groundwork for much needed affordable housing in Vacaville, however, at the cost of the residents in the area and historical downtown. In looking at Vacaville general plan vision, it outlines that the city will grow in a manner that provides high quality life for all current and future residents and employees. To highlight a couple of the goals that are applicable to the conversation, which including at the top of the list is to preserve a small town feel by continuing to be a family friendly city, promote balance and high quality house and commercial development within the urban growth boundary, foster community oriented neighborhoods that are diverse, attractive, safe, walkable, and affordable, maintain its unique character by preserving historical and cultural resources, and lastly, promote the health of Vacaville residents by providing a safe environment and increased opportunity for physical activity. From my perspective, Vacaville is not San Francisco, a large city where commercial and residential properties sandwich between each other as being proposed. The proposed plan will add 2 extremely modern 3-story buildings in an area that does not currently align with the existing footprint of the neighborhood or historical downtown. As mentioned in the presentation, there will be 2 3-story buildings that will have 55 units and 65 parking spaces that will wrap around Monte Vista and Orchard, with the main entrance opening on Monte Vista at the request of the fire department due to traffic concerns. If the fire department is concerned about potential traffic impact, what does that have to say about what's going to be potentially coming down the pike? Both streets are 2 lanes and heavily impacted by existing residents, those that are traveling to their homes, schools, or freeways, and adding these additional units will simply add to the existing traffic nightmare. I think the most egregious part of the plan is that the fact that these affordable housings will be right backed up against a gas station. And looking around the city at the various gas stations, I was not able to identify any gas stations where they had residential housing units that are backing right up to that. At the last community meeting, the developer shared that there are no current leaks and they plan to use a vapor barrier to mitigate any possible future issues. I can't even believe that they were serious about this. I mean, have you watched Aaron Brockovich or the DuPont documentary where it outlines potential issues with leakage of hazardous chemicals? I'm not insinuating in any way that the existing gas station is being mismanaged or not properly maintained. However, things do.
I need you to wrap it up. You hit your 3 minutes.
Sure, that's fine. The health and safety of the innocent family.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Okay, next caller.
Caller ending in 264, I'll open your mic.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. This is Edith Thomas. I'm a resident of Vacaville, and I'm also the executive director of Connections for Life. We're right downtown. We work with people that have significant disabilities who live independently in their own homes all throughout the community. They're not in group homes, they're in apartments, they're in houses, they're in condos, and our program supports them to live independently and successfully in the community. When I first heard about this project, I was so excited. I'm very familiar with Eden House and the work that they've done in the Bay Area, and they've really been conscientious in communities to develop excellent housing opportunities for low-income people. The fact that this is going to be accessible and available and close to transit and retail and banks and schools, this creates opportunity for people of all different ethnicities, disabilities, income levels that are not well off enough to buy a home or to afford to live in some of the nicer areas. This would be such a great asset to our community. Vacaville is an amazing city, and the resources that you have here make it one of the safest places for people that have significant needs to live. And so I would really like to support this project, and I would like the City Council to support this project. And I know you're doing just the zoning tonight, but I'm so overjoyed that this is something that you're actually considering in an accessible environment within the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Nancy Fletcher, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I just want to make sure that you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. So I was looking at the materials that were the background materials that you provided for this. And one of the statements that talked about changing zoning for residential use was where appropriate. And that phrase really kind of stuck out to me because is it appropriate to move a resident adjacent to an existing gas station? If you look at the Air Quality and Land Use Handbook that was published by the Air Resources Board, and the recommendations were also adopted by the Yolo Solano Air Quality Management District, they have recommendations for the siting of new sensitive land uses, which residential units are, next to existing gasoline dispensing facilities. What they state is avoid siting new sensitive land uses within 300 feet of a large gas station defined as a facility with a throughput of 3.6 million gallons per year or greater, or a 50-foot separation is recommended for typical gas dispensing facilities. According to the permit that was issued to this gas station, I believe their throughput is 3.6 million gallons per year that they are allowed to dispense at this station. So I feel that before you can determine if a change of zoning is appropriate, if this is an appropriate site, there should really be an assessment, a risk assessment, which is performed to determine what the risk would potentially be to residences that would be living if it were zoned for a residential building. And I believe this assessment should be done in cooperation with the Yolo Solano Air Quality Management District. These are highly technical assessments, and they have very specific guidelines on how these should be done and approved. In addition, there are additional regulations for gas stations, the hotspots reporting. So moving a sensitive receptor closer to this existing gas station could put additional burden on the gas station owner. And I think all of that needs to be evaluated and weighed before just changing the zoning for this particular plot.
All right, thank you. Next caller.
John Belperio, I'll open your mic.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is John Belperio, and I'm a lifelong resident of Vacaville, and I'm also a carpenter. I'm a union carpenter. Most of my work's in the Bay Area. I just want to say that Eden Housing has really stepped up by signing an agreement with the carpenters and ensuring to use a signatory general contractor and protecting the workers that are going to be working on this project. You don't see that a lot here in Vacaville. So kudos to Eden. I'm calling in support, asking the council support initiating the overlay of zoning. But I want to, this one hits home for me. May 1st, a very close family member, 77 years old, and his roommate, who is 66, were evicted out of their home because the landlord who they rented from for the last 12 years wants to sell the house. And we fought like hell to find them a place to live here in Vacaville, and there was nothing. They're on fixed incomes, and we could find them nothing. It came down to the point where we had to go to Camping World and use the limited resources they had saved up, and then my wife and I to finance the rest and buy them a trailer. And then we fought like hell. They were staying in a motel for 2 weeks while we searched for a place to get that trailer parked so that they could live in. You know, I am happy to say that they are in a trailer park. It's in Rio Vista. It's way out of town in Rio Vista, and now their daily life is a struggle. They got to go up these stairs of this trailer. It's small, it's cramped. Getting into town, we worry about them every day driving on that Highway 12. We need this project. We need the affordable housing. And, you know, like I said, this one hits home. I would ask you guys to please approve staff's recommendation and let's get this project on its way to getting built. Thank you.
Stephen, are you there?
Stephen, I'll open your mic.
He's got to clear his mic.
Hello?
There you go. Go ahead, sir.
Are you looking, Stephen Power here? Ron, is that who you want to speak?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Mayor Rowlett, Vice Mayor Sullivan, and council members, for the record, my name is Stephen Power and I live at 325 Kentucky Street. I want to express my appreciation for providing the opportunity to speak on this subject. Because time is limited, I requested an email I sent to planning and housing staff listing the concerns with this project and its rezoning be part of the record. I guess, Emily, did you receive the letter or my email? Is Emily Cantu on the line?
Yes, I'm here. This is Emily Cantu, the Housing Services Director, and I did.
So you got the document to which I referred, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Oak Grove is not really an apartment project, but an institutional or commercial housing that should be subject to an entitlement process that recognizes its true character and not one that treats it as if it were a small apartment project sponsored by and funded by a mom and pop kitchen table developer. That's not what we have here. We've literally gone from proposing to put this special needs population in impermanent housing near the Bill Carroll Center on Brown Street to now advocating that taxpayers fund a project, and I'm not making this up, it may cost perhaps as $1 million per unit. There's a reason why you have carpenters and attorneys and bond counsel, and this is a feeding at the trough. These affordable housing projects are outrageous in terms of their cost. I specifically asked at the 20th meeting what it cost, and of course, that wasn't something that they were willing to disclose. My other concern is one of process. The city was compelled to create a district system of council members. It seemed to me like a district system would make it even more unlikely that a project like Oak Grove would be approved without rigorous scrutiny, but apparently the reverse is true. There's been no communication about this project from my council member. As a matter of fact, I don't even know who my council member is. Is the city providing adequate resources for council members to outreach to constituents? We've got the cart before the horse. Let's start with council-led town halls to familiarize and sell this project, and then the project sponsor should be invited in for project-specific meetings. Finally, in the New York Times this morning, there was an opinion piece directly on point with what we have here in Vacaville. In discussing a book called No Such Thing as a Free Gift, the Gates Foundation and the Price of Philanthropy, its writer made an important point, which I paraphrase as follows. Asking tax credit investors to fix inequality is like asking an arsonist to hose down your house after he just set it on fire. Tax credit investors may have deep pockets to fund the fire engine and the water hose, but the money is coming from making our houses unlivable in the first place. Her argument is that—
I need you to wrap up.
Okay, help contribute to inequality and social dysfunction through corporate tax avoidance. Urge the city council to table this matter until more outreach.
All right, sir. I gotta go to the next caller. Thank you.
Okay.
Lori Jones, I'll open your mic.
Thank you. First, I want to say that I am for low-income housing. My neighbors are for low-income housing. It's an important part of Vacaville, but it needs to make sense and needs to be planned to make sure that the projects are located properly. Oak Grove Apartments includes 18 units of supportive housing that is included in the project. At the May 20th meeting, representative of Eden Housing announced that the units will be categorized as housing first. This was not mentioned at the first community held meeting in December and is not mentioned in the original or redesigned project descriptions. This is concerning because participants under Housing First are only screened for sex offenses. Tenant screenings and selection practices promote accepting applicants regardless of their sobriety or use of substances, and participation in services and program compliance is not a condition of housing tenancy. The Oak Grove apartment project will have 18 units, increased from 11 as part of the redesign, and the project description does not state how many of the 18 units will be more than one bedroom. It will have supportive services that the supportive housing participants are not required to use, and a resident manager. This is not low-income housing. This is institutional housing. It should not be placed in the middle of a residential neighborhood. At the May 20th meeting, Eden Housing stated that their first priority is to keep the participants in housing, and not once did they mention working with the surrounding neighborhood at the site or any of their other properties. The low-income housing residents that spoke at the May 20th meeting were both residents of Eden Housing Project, but not one of the neighbors in the surrounding areas around the project sites provided testimony. I found that interesting. Understand, this is where we live, where we have invested our families, our money, and our future. And I think the city has an obligation to research other Eden Housing projects with supportive housing and see how well they are integrated in the neighborhoods. The Oak Grove apartment project was never planned for Orchard Avenue location, and an RFP for the project site was not administered. When asked at the May 20th meeting why the Orchard Monte Vista site was selected when the project needed to be moved, Emily Cantu, Director of Housing Services, stated that there is no plan. It was placed where Vacaville owned available property. This is not acceptable and puts the burden of low-income housing only in established neighborhoods. Our neighborhood is not a consolation prize because city staff needed to fulfill a contract. Rezoning the Orchard Avenue property only has to happen now as it relates to the Oak Grove apartment project. Not having a comprehensive plan for distribution of low-income housing and the appropriate placement of institutional housing, including the plan to require low-income housing in new developments, is not an excuse to just haphazardly place projects because there is open property. I request the rezoning be rejected until the city has developed an RFP for the site that makes sense, a plan for distribution of low-income housing throughout the city is developed, and the city look at better locations for supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
Yeah, so as the spokesman for the Black district community, my number one concern is the word affordable. I mean, can someone give me a concrete number what affordable means? Affordable is different to different people. If you live in Browns Valley, that's a different affordability than if you live on Brown Street. So I think affordable needs to be defined clearly. My other concern is, if I could make a suggestion, that that affordable housing, that these somehow become available to be a lease with an option to buy. I mean, you guys know the stats, the data. People that own homes tend to increase the property value, tend to take care of the area a little bit better. So I think that would be a great opportunity. The other thing that concerns me as the spokesman for the Black district community is that a lot of the rhetoric that I'm hearing this earlier from the callers before me, they use code words like that old town feel, low income in our neighborhood. We invested a lot in this neighborhood. You know, that's code for let's just keep it white and keep all these other people who don't conform to our living away from us. I would like to address one critical area that someone mentioned about the gas and the vapors and the fumes. I personally hauled out about, I don't know, maybe 10 tons of hazmat dirt from that particular gas location back in 2007. Google search that if you need to. LD Trans, yeah, I did that. So again, as the spokesman for the Black district community, my number one concern is affordability. We need that defined. And don't worry about my dog barking in the background. That's my security. He didn't even take up 40% of my income. But he does a great job. So everyone have a great evening. Can we get a definition on affordability? Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller. We'll get back to affordability.
Omar Hernandez, I'll open his mic.
First off, I'd like to thank the mayor and city council members for the opportunity to speak. I know you guys are busy and have a lot lot of citizens. I would like to just say I support the Oak Grove affordable housing apartments. I'm in favor of the zoning change. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to the community. You guys do great work.
Okay, next caller, please.
Anna Eden, I'll open your mic.
Hi, good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing me to jump on tonight. I just wanted to say, as the CEO of the Vacaville Neighborhood Boys and Girls Club, I'm a partner organization with Eden Housing, and I'm a big proponent of moving this project forward for the cross section of our community needing the stability. With the continued rising cost of living in California, it is increasingly difficult to find living that more closely matches the median income of Solano County. As a partner organization, we've had our presence in and around their properties to provide after-school and summer programming to the resident children. Their response to our need, as well as the residents during COVID, to be a resource is above and beyond what was required. And you'll find that to be true of any development from Eden Housing. I just wanted to clarify, our services are available not just to the resident children, but to the families and children's in the surrounding neighborhood as well. The properties are definitely better maintained. So I just wanted to lend my voice to this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Russell Fisher, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor and City Council, I want to thank you all for letting me comment here. I actually had no intention to comment tonight, but the callers that called in from the union and the carpenters, I found it interesting because I actually had a call this evening with one of the senior project managers from Eden as a follow-up to our previous meeting from last week, and where I had some unanswered questions, and one of them was around the construction. And the direct question to Eden Housing is they're painting this as bringing jobs to Vacaville, and that was a very big bullet point that they had in their presentation about the jobs it's going to create, the construction jobs that it's going to create. And so I asked a very direct question to them about how are they going to assure that these jobs are created here in Vacaville and that it's not a construction company from out of state or another area, even in California. And the project manager from Eden told me just this evening, I had the call with him at 4:30, that there's no guarantee of that. There's no way for them to guarantee that. And there's no promise of that. So I think it's less than transparent. It's a bit disingenuous for a presentation to be made with a bullet point of this magnitude that drives conversation by the union members and these other carpenters that think that there's this very strong drive that this only going to be a Vacaville project. And that's just not the case. And so I think this is very misleading. And I think that we should be cautious about putting faith in the fact that may happen. And it's just not going to happen. And I also wanted to, I'll end this conversation with saying that there's going to be quite a bit of comments about the issues that were brought up in the other meetings that I'm sure other people will talk about and have already talked about. And I'm very much in support of those comments and those concerns that have come up. And I disagree with this project as it's designed going into this facility. It's too great of a in this location, it's too great of a concentration. The project is too large. And although I agree with the ability or the need for the low-income housing to happen, this project as designed is an absolute failure for this location, and it should not go forward. And I would encourage the mayor and the city council, you have an opportunity right now in this moment to prevent that from going forward and being a problem that is going to cause a major uproar with these residents that you're already hearing, up to and including maybe even legal proceedings there where that could be pursued. And I would encourage you, make the right decision. You have the opportunity right now to make the right choice. And I would encourage you to not rezone this area and not move this project forward. Thank you for your time.
Next caller.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, Alicia Minion. And I had actually sent an email and I wanted the public to know that there's actually, when you look at the recorded deed for the city-owned property on which the affordable housing project will be placed, that land has already been deliberated. Back in 1994, actually that land was supposed to have the fire station number 71. However, the traffic caused by the neighboring affordable housing project that is on East Monte Vista, the traffic was such an issue that the firehouse, according to the Planning Commission minutes, was moved to the south 250 square feet so that an alternative entrance to that affordable housing project that exists today, I think it's called the Orchard Maples, so that could be there. Also, because that affordable housing project that's there right now doesn't have open space for families, it was also to provide open space so that each family member can have a private outdoor area. This is actually on the deed for that land. I question whether that the rezoning can occur because it appears from the staff reports that a municipal bond was sold by the city that was used to acquire that land in addition to acquiring the Orchard Maples apartment complex that's next door. So I don't think that rezoning, that even initiating it, should occur until that is actually researched and confirmed. Secondly, I think it's really important that everybody realizes that land in the city is our most valuable asset. There should be a robust process in place to make sure that any open land that the city has should undergo analysis, due diligence to determine what types of use should be considered for each land that is available. And I believe the city staff is actually currently making that determination, inventorying all the open space and determining kind of what is the best use. That didn't happen with regard to this land. I don't know how this land happened, actually. It wasn't clear from staff how this occurred, but this has to happen first. And as soon as and it's important too, because as soon as you rezone this to affordable for residential, you lose local control. You relinquish your local control. There's so much state law now that actually governs affordable housing. That is what's going to govern this project. It could be any amount of floors. It can be an 80% additional density than what's allowed under the
I need to wrap it up.
zone. So I'm asking that council defer and actually do the research before actually initiating the rezoning. Thank you.
All right, next caller.
Marion, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, City Council. It's Marion Elkins, longtime resident. I'm against the rezoning. I found it kind of interesting. I feel like Eden sought out people in the construction trades to call in and support of it. But that notwithstanding, I am for affordable housing. I taught students with disabilities, so I certainly recognize those needs, and I'm all for that too. I don't think that this is the place for anyone to live. I don't care who they are or what they need. Next to, sandwiched between a firehouse and a gas station is a terrible place to live. They probably won't be able to open their windows because all they can smell is gas. There's been concerns about the trees, and I think I heard that they want to be relieved of even mitigating the tree removal, which would be absolutely ridiculous. The trees are what belong there, not a housing development. It's not compatible with the neighbors next door. I still think that there's too much traffic. I know you guys did traffic studies, but we're hearing that the firehouse didn't want their firehouse closer because of the traffic. That doesn't make sense. All the residents are complaining, especially with the schools and with the new farmstead community going in. I think there's too much traffic. I think that, we need to look at affordable housing in developments where there's other housing, not sandwiched in between commercial businesses. I think that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Next caller.
Christine Gollum, I'll open your mic.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, no, that's okay. My name is Christine Gollum, and I've been a resident in Vacaville for more than 40 years, and I live just a block and a half away from the proposed project. Like many of the speakers, certainly affordable housing is a legitimate need, certainly for our community, and the prospect for additional employment is certainly something that is important. On the employment issue, that will just be short term. If in fact locals are hired for projects, that will not last very long, and the project will remain for a very long time and affect those who live in the surrounding streets. One of the concerns is that we do have affordable housing. The 2 apartment complexes, which are 2-story, were designed and are affordable housing. At the last meeting, a spokesperson for Eden made it appear that, well, since some people living there have prospered, they don't consider it low income rather, but in fact, it is low income housing. And the responsibility for low income housing should be spread throughout the city of Vacaville, not just in 2 concentrated areas. And of course, as others have said, the project is really just shoehorned within a very small area of Vacaville. The question about parking, they said there are 65 slots. At the last meeting I asked does that include handicap parking, voltage parking, and parking for support services? If that's the case, those 65 slots will be a lot fewer slots for residents, and they will be parking on the side streets. The other concern is traffic. It's been mentioned before, but if anyone lives in that area, when school is in session and businesses are on, the traffic is a nightmare. I think that there are safety concerns for pedestrians, for people who are driving, and I think along with the farmstead project, that the development of Eden will impact us tremendously. I also have a question. It went from 3-story to 4-story rather to 3 stories, but the gable roof, the question is, does the height of the gable roof almost equal a 4-story building? If that is the case, then it really becomes out of the character of the rest of the neighborhood to go from a 2-story to almost visually a 4-story structure. I hope you will consider not moving forward with this project. There are other areas in Vacaville, but the corner of Orchard and Monte Vista is not the appropriate location. Thank you,
ma'am. Next caller.
Ian Lee, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. If you notice on this recorded meeting, everyone who seems to be dismissive of this Eden project has all those neighbors next door, even if they're on Kentucky Street, share a quality where they are afraid of change and are against affordable housing. And the way in which they use affordable housing seems to be in a very negative connotation, meaning they already have some strange bias, some illogical bias against it. Affordable housing is not a bad thing. It's allowing people to live in Vacaville peacefully and safely. It reduces crime. It reduces the need for such a bloated police department by counteracting houselessness and the time and salary spent on dismantling encampments. Hey, it sounds like a win-win. And if folks are worried about like congested traffic on I-80, like, come on, that's always going to be a thing. Unless you can find a way for the city to work with the state in organizing a Hyperloop railway system, or some kind of a high-speed railway to alleviate both pollution and traffic for mainstay commuters. Anyways, that's it. I think my 3 minutes have been up.
Sarah Palmisano, I'll open your mic.
Hey all, I just wanted to speak up in support of this project of affordable housing and also echo other comments that we need to determine what we decide is affordable housing in the community. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Call-in user 1, I'll open your mic.
Caller, you have to, there you go.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to call and voice my opposition to the project as a resident of the neighborhood. I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here. We're trying to discuss the definition of affordable housing. I don't think anybody's debating that. I think the residents are concerned that we already have affordable housing in the neighborhood already, and we think we should be spread equitably throughout the community. I think that's all that really needs to be considered here. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other callers, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to, we had one caller ask what affordable meant. Emily, can you come in and give us an idea of what affordable means for this project?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. This is Emily Cantu, the Housing Services Director. And for this particular development, affordable would be targeting our very low and extremely low population. And to give you an idea of annual income limits for one person, it would be $19,450 a year of income. And just to go up to 4 persons, max of around $45,000 a year. So $20,000 to $45,000 a year for this particular development.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there was a lot of valuable input and comments tonight about the overall project, but I just wanted to advise the council and remind them of the actual request before you tonight is simply to approve the merit hearing to allow Eden Housing to apply for the rezone application. It does not in any way, shape, or form guarantee or even make the next step towards approval of the application request. It's simply to give the applicant the ability to take the next step in the rezoning process, which would allow more dialogue to continue about the merits of the overall project and be able to work between the developer, city staff, and those that have interest in the project on those issues that have been raised tonight. So just want to remind the council before we get into an official motion that it is not approving the rezone request tonight. It's simply to approve the going forward with the application request. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I have a couple comments here. So the first comment I wanted to clarify for the public is that the city doesn't actually build housing. So oftentimes the public, I'll hear comments and it seems to kind of indicate that people think the city actually builds the housing, they hire the contractors, we develop the plan. We really don't. And so what we do is we sort of set the table for development. In many cases, that development is not lower income. It's just free market development. And obviously housing prices are what they are, which is very unaffordable. And so oftentimes all times you have a private or a nonprofit developer that actually builds the housing. Lower income housing is extremely hard to build across the nation, especially in California. It's almost impossible because what you're trying to do is create the situation for free market developer to come in and actually build lower income housing that oftentimes is not profitable or even loses money. And so the city has very few tools to build housing that our residents, specifically our seniors and our vulnerable families, vitally need. And so projects like this don't come along too often. They are super important, and they're, like I said, near impossible to actually find the appropriate situation where we can build these. And so the magic equation or the magic trick in this particular discussion is the city-owned land. So the city-owned land actually makes the project close to pencil, or at least affordable enough for Eden to build the project. And so without the donation of the city-owned land, this project would never happen, and the folks that will live in these properties would be otherwise displaced or living on couches or living in our creeks and streets. And so, as a city, we have an obligation to build this sort of housing. The second point I wanted to make tonight is that I've been to all 3 of the public hearings over the last year. I've done my homework on Eden housing. And Eden run a tight ship. They have 2 really amazing projects in the Brownsville area. I've looked at some of their other projects throughout the state of California. They're a very well-established developer. We actually have a local citizen here on their board. They do good work. I'm actually in full support of the project plan. I like the design. I like the scope. This is where I go off track a little bit. So third, ideally, we don't have enough housing as it is. I think we're at like a 98% rental rate. The housing prices are ridiculous. Rental rates are ridiculous. We could build literally an affordable housing project on every plot of city-owned land in the city of Vacaville. We still would not have enough housing for people that need housing in Vacaville. And these aren't people from out of town. These aren't people from out of state. These are Vacaville residents that actually need that housing. So if we built low-income housing on every single lot we own, we'd still be in the deficit. And I think as a council, it is our obligation to continue to build housing, not only for the higher end of folks that can afford, the McMansions and kind of the $700,000 homes. We have to build affordable housing, especially for our seniors and our families. And lastly, and this is kind of where I divert a little bit as well, is most importantly as a city, I think we have a serious problem. And that problem, honestly, in my opinion, coming from District 4, is concentrating high density, low income, affordable housing in literally 3 neighborhoods in Vacaville, or 3 specific districts. We literally create these projects over and over and over again. We heard callers talking about the ability for residents to buy lower income properties. We just keep adding these projects in the same 3 neighborhoods, and it's got to stop. The need for this type of housing does not just come from one district. It doesn't come from one neighborhood. It comes from all over Vacaville. These residents are coming from all over town, not just where these projects are located. We have a serious housing equity problem where we over-concentrate these projects in neighborhoods, and it does burden the neighbors. And I'm not saying it's good, bad, or ugly, because at some point in time, I think as a city, we'll have to build out these projects all across town, and there's a high degree of likelihood we'll have to come back to this location. But we don't build these types of projects throughout the bulk of town. We build these projects in 3 or 4 neighborhoods in town, and we've got to stop that. Every district, every neighborhood in Vacaville needs to pull its weight when it comes to this discussion. So with that being said, I would in no way intend to hold up this specific project. I think it's a beautiful project. I love the fact that the Boys and Girls Club's there. I love the design, the affordability. Eden's been a great partner. I do have an issue with the location. I'm supportive of the zoning change today because I think eventually we're going to have to build on this site anyways. Maybe not today, but at some point in time, I think we're going to have to build here. So I'm open to the motion tonight, and I think it helps keep moving the project along. What I would like staff to do is come back to council with a plan to relocate this project to an alternate site here in town that does not have similar concentration problems. I think there's plenty of other sites in town. We just talked to a developer 3 or 4 meetings back. We shot down a major low-income housing deal, huge lot of land. The city owns it. Let's move this project there. Let's move it there. Let's triple the size. Let's house the families, house the seniors, house the residents we need to house. There are plenty of other alternate locations here. We've got a massive lot right next to the library in VPAT that would be perfect for a project like this. We have plenty of other land where this project could be expanded and it could actually be built for those residents that need it. So I ask the staff and I ask Eden, could this type of project be built at a different location that is better for equity across town? It actually serves more residents that need this type of housing. And could it be larger? Could we actually increase the size of this project somewhere else in town that doesn't already have an over-concentration of housing projects like this? So in closing, I don't want to ramble on all night long, but I'm content moving forward on the zoning request, but I will not be approving any further steps in this process until the city has fully explored alternate locations and they've reported back to council that we don't have those locations, or that we can look at other locations. And honestly, I'm not willing to continue to locate these projects in the same neighborhoods over and over again like we've done for the last 40 years. We're one city, and we need to distribute housing of all types equally across the entire city. So those are kind of my thoughts tonight. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Eden, thank you for your presentation. And to all the commenters, I mean, very passionate statements and great points on both sides. I love the fact that we included some of the labor provisions in this contract. I love the project. I get what the residents are saying about enough is enough in my neighborhood, and I think we need to explore all options without slowing this project down. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the presentation and the opportunity for people to ask questions. I had two questions. Mrs. Minion referred to some thing way back in an earlier time, and the fire station weighed in on it and didn't like where the driveway was going to be, and so they had to make some changes. So has the fire station or the fire department looked at this possibility of having the residential right here, right next to the fire station and the 7-Eleven? And then my second question was, you know, we never heard anything else about this piece of land except, okay, now we're going to do this with Eden on it. And has anyone else looked at this piece of land, or did it have to go out for bids, or can't, you know, if we are able to move this somewhere else, you know, will that be available to someone else? Does it have to go to the bid process, I guess, is my question. So those are the two things that I wanted to know. And I do totally think that we need affordable housing, and this sounds like it's a very good program. From the call the other night, they talked about the service that they do to help people. But I also know people that live in the neighborhood that really do weigh in and say, we already have a lot of affordable housing here, and it should be in other parts of town as well.
Mr. City Manager, can you get those questions answered?
Sure, I'll take a stab at the second one with regards to, does the project have to go through the bid process? The short answer to that is no. And we took the first step towards this process in July of last year with the execution of the DDLA, the Development Disposition Land Loan Agreement, which basically is a negotiation exclusively with our partner in this case, which is Eden, for the development of that particular property. We currently do not have any specific policies or anything that mandate a bid process. And so this has been a practice that the city has been employing since I've been here, and I believe for quite a while before that. So with regards to the fire access, let's see if Albert can address that particular one.
Yes, I can. This is Albert, project planner for the project. The project has been reviewed by the fire department representative and specialist, and they're okay with the current layout of the buildings and the way that the project site is accessed. There are some other smaller on-site modifications like fire hydrant locations that would be required after the matter, but as it currently lays out, the fire department has reviewed it and is okay with it.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Sullivan, do you want to make a motion on this one?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. So my motion would be to approve the staff's recommendation as requested, but I would include the additional stipend that they will bring back alternate locations for this project, as well as possible expansions to council before the next step in the process.
And I'm going to defer to the city attorney. Are you okay with that motion?
Yeah, I think that motion works if it gets a second.
Okay. Can I get a second for that motion?
Mr. Roberts, I'll second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton?
One quick question for the city manager. Has any other developers come forward interested in building anything on this, whether it's a project like this or something else?
My understanding, no.
Okay, I'm a yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Mayor Roulette?
Yes. Okay, let's move on to item 9B. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. This next item is a resolution entering into a 5-year agreement with First Transit for our public fixed route paratransit services. Brian McLean, Deputy Director of Public Works, will make a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Next slide. Just want to give you a brief background of Vacaville City Coach, the Vacaville City Coach program. It was launched in 1981 as a 4-van operation. Today, we operate 3 different modes of service: a fixed route mode, paratransit, and the City Coach Direct micro transit system that we launched with Council's consideration last August. Vacaville City Coach has been recognized by Solano Transportation Authority and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC, for various innovative transit programs, including our Transit Ambassador program, our Golden Pass program, and the Intercity Taxi Script program. Next slide. We have 18 fixed route buses, 6 paratransit buses to transport seniors and disabled, and the 4 microtransit vans that we procured last year. The city owns these vehicles, and our central garage performs the maintenance of our transit vehicles. In regards to funding, there are 3 primary funding sources that the program receives. The first is State Transportation Development Act, TDA funds, and that's generated by a 1/4-cent general sales tax. The second is our Federal Transit Administration, FTA funds. And third is from collection of passenger fares. Finally, there is no city general fund utilized in the City Coach Transit program. Next slide. As far as regulatory and fiscal oversight, we are required to comply with the policies of the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC. And because we utilize TDA funding, which is state funding derived from MTC, by TDA law, MTC directs the triennial performance audit of the City Coach Transit program. Because we utilize federal funding through the Federal Transit Administration, FTA, we undergo a federal audit called the Triennial Review, which consists of 20 subject areas and a myriad of subtopics. As far as governance, you, the City Council, are our governing body for Vacaville City Coach. For staffing of the program, the city has 2 full-time city employees, a management analyst 2 acting as the transit coordinator, and a senior transit program coordinator. These 2 individuals are tasked with the management of the transit services agreement, as well as all the administrative tasks associated with the operation of a public transit system. Next slide. So, with only 2 employees, who drives the City Coach buses? Well, for that, we have that transit services agreement. That contract provides bus operators, dispatchers, general manager and training safety manager, and bus cleaning crews. The current transit services agreement was approved by City Council in April 2016, and it was awarded to First Transit. The base 5-year term expired July 2021. There is a single 3-year option extension. So why are city staff not asking council to consider that 3-year option extension? It's simple. COVID-19 has turned public transit on its ear, as well as the majority of society. Here in Vacaville, as well as the Bay Area and across the nation, public transit has been impacted. This has offered an opportunity for staff to construct a new RFP to reset the system with a focus on incorporating and expanding our City Coach Direct micro transit solution and meeting our goals of providing that transportation into the 21st century. It also allowed the staff to be able to provide cleanup of various administrative contract language. Next slide. As it relates to the FTA, a transit services procurement is an automatic FTA audit event. With that said, and a history of FTA audited and approved transit services procurement formats, a request for proposal was developed. Of particular note, FTA is very exacting in their requirements as it relates to expenditures such as with this transit services agreement. As such, failure to follow FTA procurement guidelines can result in the withholding of federal transit funds. New to this RFP and due to the impacts of COVID-19, as I mentioned earlier, The city requested each proposer to submit bids based on 3 levels of service. In transit parlance, this is called level of revenue service, or LORS, which is simply the number of total annual hours of revenue service for that transit system. We asked for bids at 25,000, 30,000, and 36,000 level of revenue service hours to allow the selection of the most optimal starting point for Vacaville City Coach, considering the impacts of COVID-19. Based on an approved FTA RFP format on February 8th of this year, the city publicly issued an RFP for best value operation of City of Vacaville general fixed route, demand response, and paratransit services. Next slide. As required by FTA, the RFP specifically outlines the evaluation criteria you see here. The evaluation criteria consist of technical, experience with interviews with key management staff, and price. In addition, as required by FTA, the weight of each evaluation criteria is published within the RFP. And in this case, technical is weighted at 30%, experience in interviews with key management staff at 40%, price at 30%. The RFP process is rigidly overseen by the procurement officer, who in this instance is the city buyer. The procurement officer looks through and inspects the bid packages for responsiveness, manages the pre-proposal conference, collects the bidder questions, distributes the city responses, manages the interview process, and is the counter check scoring form process and completing the score form summaries. Next slide. The evaluation committee is made up of 3 individual subject matter experts. In this case, the Deputy Director of Public Works, the Transit Program Coordinator, Management Analyst 2, and the Transit Senior Program Coordinator. Each of these individuals signed the Declaration of Conflict of Interest and Confidential Information, which will be filed within our FTA audit documents. The scoring for this entire process is done independently and individually by each evaluation committee member. Next slide. By the required submittal date of April 5th of this year, the city received 3 proposal packages from First Transit, MB Transportation Inc., and Transiv. The procurement officer performed the required submittal checks. Satisfied, he forwarded the copies of the 3 proposers' technical documents to each evaluation committee member for review and scoring. On April 14th, interviews were conducted with each proposer, and again, each evaluation committee member independently scored the interviews. On April 20th, at the request of the procurement officer, a best and final offer, otherwise known as a BAFO, from all 3 proposers was submitted. Next slide. Now I'm going to go through briefly the synopsis of the evaluation committee's findings. Next slide. A quick recap of that evaluation criteria. Next slide. The technical scoring area. The technical selection criteria you can see here. It ranges from customer service approach to safety and security and risk management plan, vehicle maintenance. Next slide. Employee work rules and benefits package, the implementation plan, safety record. In the lower right of the slide, you will see the 3 proposers and the weighted score that each of the proposers received. Next slide. The interviews were conducted, and as you can see here, the 40% weight on the interview portion. Interviews were conducted with corporate, general manager, and the safety and training manager proposed staff as provided by each bidder. The general manager and safety manager were interviewed for background and experience. Plus, they were provided with questions related to bus accident scenario questions, customer service response questions and scenarios, and their approach to driver training and safety. In the lower right, you can see the weighted point scores for each of the bidders. Next slide. Price, as I mentioned, is scored at a 30% weight. Per the FTA requires price evaluations inclusive of both the base contract years as well as the option years. This is a base contract of 5 years plus 3 option years, so the total of 8 years is evaluated. The best and final offer price proposal submitted by all three proposers at the 25,000 level of revenue service hours for the potential full 8-year contract term was scored. The scoring as it relates to price is entirely mathematical, with the proposer offering the lowest price receiving the maximum points, and all other proposers receiving points based on the mathematical relationship between their proposed price and the lowest bidder's proposed price. Next slide. I know that was a mouthful, but here's what it looks like mathematically laid out. First Transit's proposed price of $13,047,916 received the highest weighted point score of 90 points, followed by MV Transportation with a proposed price of $14,336,877, receiving a weighted point score of 82 points, and TransDev coming up with a proposed price of $17,815,990, receiving a weighted point score of 66 points. Next slide. The procurement officer summarized the weighted point scores from each proposer for each of the three criteria areas. The compilation of those scores are First Transit, 266 points, TransDev, 209 points, MV Transportation, 198 points. On completion of the scoring, and as detailed within the RFP, the procurement officer notified all three proposers of the evaluation committee's recommendation of award of the transit services agreement to First Transit. Of note, the RFP process includes a protest procedure process. By the May 18th, 3 p.m. deadline, no protests were received. Next slide. However, even though the evaluation committee is making the recommendation for First Transit, you, the City Council, make the final determination as to the award of this transit services agreement. Because this is a federally funded FTA procurement, and to remain compliant with FTA procurement guidelines, 3 options are available to you. First, award the agreement to the proposer recommended by the evaluation committee. Second, reject any and all proposals. And third, award to the proposer other than recommended by the evaluation committee. In selecting either the second or third option, to reject any and all proposals or to award to a proposer other than recommended by the evaluation committee, the City Council then becomes the evaluation committee for this procurement. In this event, for the purposes of the FTA audit, a selection decision memorandum is required. That selection decision memorandum must contain 2 parts. First, the council's rationale behind the decision to reject the award to the proposer recommended by the evaluation committee. And 2, the council's rationale behind the award to a proposer other than recommended by the evaluation committee. The rationale behind these 2 points must be based on the published RFP 3-point evaluation criteria. Next slide. In terms of fiscal impact, there is no fiscal impact to the city's general fund as a result of this action. Vacaville City Coach, as I mentioned before, is funded by State Transportation Development Act, TDA, and FTA Transit Administration, FTA funds, along with collected passenger fares. The 5-year base contract term is $7,788,436, and approximately 50% of that, about $4 million, is FTA funded. And as a result of that, we will be required to report the outcome of the Transit Services Agreement RFP to the FTA Region 9 office and prepare for that audit. The strategic goal or initiative is Goal 4, maintain effective and efficient services. Next slide. And by recommendation, by simple motion, adopt the subject resolution, and that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I do have one council member, Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for this presentation tonight, and thank you for talking to me last week when we were looking at the whole binders full of information. 2 other things came up. I think this is what I saw, that the final and best offer for First Transit is slightly less than their initial offer. And so did they drop something out of the initial offer, or did they just become more competitive, or did I not see that correct, is my first question. And then my second question is, so they have the drivers, we have the buses, but the city's the one that sets the fare, is that correct?
Great questions. On their first question, it looks like to us that in terms of the First Transit's original proposal versus the best and final offer, that being more competitive was probably the driver there in terms of that drop. Although we do have a First Transit representative on the line that could answer that question more succinctly than I. The second piece of it is related to
who sets the fares? Who
sets the fares? Yes, the fare. Well, that's very simple. Council sets the fares. So we haven't had a fare change since 2005. But if staff was in the position of making a recommendation of fare changes, we would come to our governing body, which is the City Council, and propose that item for your consideration.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I think my comment is a little bit less about the proposals tonight. And Brian, we've talked about this a little bit before too, but really public transportation really is evolving. And I think the days of the bus are sort of going out the window. And so I think my only brief comment to really add is to continue the work that Brian, you and the team have been doing to sort of modernize the fleet, really looking at technologies or successful transportation modalities like Uber. I know it's great that we get all this federal money to have these big giant buses that use natural gas, but the ridership is demanding different processes now. And honestly, there's more environmentally friendly, efficient, and probably cost-effective options. So I know a lot of this is constrained by the funding being received and what it dictates, but I'd really like just to encourage staff to continue to be innovative, to continue to look at different ways to fund bus services. I mean, buses really are sort of the dinosaurs of sorts, and I appreciate any effort you and the team can make to continue to find those new modern modalities to get people safely transported around town that's efficient and environmentally friendly.
All right, Councilmember Silva.
All right, thank you. And also, it was First Groom that reached out just to let us know that we had some good homework to dig through. So really appreciate getting the heads up on that extensive report that Brian eloquently summarized here. So just quick couple points. I definitely want to just extend my appreciation for the fact that our buses transport a lot of kids to school, obviously when school's open. So I think that's been a huge asset, particularly since we lost our robust school bus system in 2007. That whole feed is something that keeps coming up on how to mitigate traffic. That's, estimates to put that out is about $3 million. So it's definitely something I think, that's been beneficial for those families that need it, those kids that could benefit from it. So I appreciate that. Also want to put appreciation out for the City Coach Direct. So this is a pilot program. I was talking to Brian about it earlier. So City Coach Direct, if you call 449-6000, it's a quote, faster, easier, more direct way to use City Coach. We will pick you up and take you anywhere within the city of Vacaville. It's a direct trip. So I think this is part of the innovation, in modernization of how to best access public transportation. Currently, it's free up until September with a possible extension. But so I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that if they need a quick ride and it's available. This is a free pilot program that's rolled out. So I definitely appreciate that. One area that so it's something that Brian and I spoke about, and just maybe more for the council. I've heard a few prospective adults, that maybe need some access to adult education. One of their concerns is transportation. So one of the challenges that they have is being able to have safe transportation beyond 6 o'clock. So city coach runs approximately from 6 to 6. They tried extending those hours in the past, but the demand, just really dictates that. And Brian appreciate him elaborating more on the intricacies of that. But something that maybe that could be brought up or considered if there is a demand in the future, not just for adult ed, but other folks that are getting off of work super late, and trying to avoid that walk home at particularly late dark hours. If there's maybe some opportunity for some type of additional shuttle or something like that. So I just kind of wanted to express that there are people out there where transportation is still a barrier. Safe transportation is still a barrier to be able to access, whether it be a safe trip home from work, rather than having to walk, or maybe to the store, or maybe again to continue their education and help out their family the best they can. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I open it up to public comment, we had an issue last meeting. What we want to do is we want to make sure that we stick to what the item is. So if you missed an item before, we're not going to listen to you talk about an item that we've already went over and passed. And my concern is this caller has been on hold since the last item. So when we open the phone, I just hope that you're talking about the item at hand. So let's go ahead and open the phone.
Caller ending in 724, I'll open your mic.
Can you clear your mic? You're on mute, Roberto.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know how to respond to you at this point because I have no issue with you about what happened in the past. And I'm fully aware of what you're talking about at the moment. And, all I do, sir, when I talk to you and the council is to share my concerns as a bona fide, I hope, citizen of this city. And I respect you and everybody there, including the council and the general. And I respect that you may not agree with what I say at any time. So I will hope that you will give me the courtesy. And the point I was trying to make with you, sir, last time was not the fact that I felt that I wasn't given the chance to communicate. There was some issue with the connection, and that was it. It had nothing to do with what you were discussing. I wanted to refer to the past, yes, because I felt I wasn't given the chance. All I wanted to tell you is that, so please be aware of that. Please extend my credit, and please give me the benefit of the doubt like I give you and everybody there, whether you're there physically or virtually. So again, I have no issue with you personally. I just want you to extend the courtesy and we're learning from Zoom whether we like it or not, and so are you. And I feel sometimes that you're too quick to cut me off or cut anybody off. And again, I can't speak for other people, but I can speak for myself, and that's all I'm asking. Let's communicate and let's forget the past. I can forgive and I can forget, but that's it. So I didn't want to make it an issue right now with you about this. I have nothing to say about this at this point, about this issue that you're discussing. I'm sorry that it was still, if it was asking for a request to speak to you, I apologize for that. But, we're learning sometimes the easy way, sometimes the hard way with the Zoom. And I don't think you and I are alone on that. So again, I respect you. I have no issue with you personally. Thank you.
Okay. Next caller.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
And good evening. As the spokesman for the Black Community District, I just have two things really. One is, what was the hiring practice? What was the demographics? I've lived here since in Vacaville, this small town feeling of Vacaville since 2004. I've applied to a different of the city positions, none of which I've gotten. I lost out to other residents that live here who have longevity. Their family has longevity within those particular departments. I was qualified. I know for sure I was overqualified. I was best candidate, more than likely. I'm just true my own word. But since I wasn't a white American, I did not fit the description. Therefore, I didn't.
Sir, are you calling about this item?
Yes. And so anyway, what I'm saying is, I'm just concerned about because they mentioned about the manager and the hiring manager. What does those hiring practices look like? Because I know the city has partnered with their equity task force. I'm just trying to bring it all together. And then my other concern is, I know one of the council members suggested that one of the constituents can't get a ride from the adult school after 6 p.m. because of lack of funds, because there's not enough ridership at that time. And my point to that is, how amazing would it be if we imagine law enforcement in their 40%, and we took some of that 40% and allocated it to other city funds where we could really help citizens instead of securing something that's made up and that's make-believe. So those are my 2 points. Thanks for listening to me. Have a great evening.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Oh, no, I have one. Oh, I'm gonna close public comment and bring it back to the council. Can I entertain motion?
So motion approved.
Thank you.
Stockton, I second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan? Vice Mayor
Yes,
Sullivan?
sorry, I was double muted.
That's okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Mayor Rolette?
Yes. Okay, we will move on to item 9C, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. This next item is a resolution approving the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Reggie Hubbard from our Parks and Recreation Department has a brief presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Our presentation tonight is a follow-up and brief overview of what was presented to you at your April 27th council meeting. As mentioned in that meeting, the Park and Rec Master Plan has been a 3-year process. So we are excited to bring it to you for approval tonight. Park Planner Hugh Hesterman and I will be tag teaming the presentation. We also have MIG staff available to answer any questions if needed. Next slide, Crystal. As mentioned in our previous presentation, the Park and Rec Master Plan implements areas of the general plan and builds on the original 1992 master plan, as well as the 2013 Recreation Needs Assessment. The intent for this plan is to guide the department and the city through 2035 with regard to parks, facilities, and open space. Next slide, Crystal. A few highlights of the plan, of this master plan. One, it confirms the findings of the 2013 Recreation Needs Assessment, provides vision and goals for the future. And one major component that I like to point out is that this plan is viewed as a working document so that our Park and Rec Commission, as well as the council, will routinely review this plan and make recommendations as needed. Park Planner Hugh Hesterman will take the next 2 slides. Hugh?
Good evening, this is Hugh Hesterman. Throughout the information gathering and document review process, staff and project consultants carefully documented the results of many public outreach events, surveys, and other methods of soliciting comments from the public. Comments received from the Planning Commission and the Park and Rec Commission were also incorporated into the document before the final document was presented to City Council on April 27th. Next slide, please. At the meeting of April 27th, one too many. At the meeting of April 27th, the council members provided their own list of comments and desirable recreational improvements Staff has listed some of those most notable of those comments on this slide and also the following slide for reference purposes. Staff feels these listed comments, as well as the several others are expressed by council, are well supported by the new master plan. As some of the unmet recreational needs are successfully addressed in the future, the plan will remain flexible and can be updated to support the other identified needs. Interim Director Hubbard already noted this document as a working document and how it can be referenced and utilized annually to best direct limited funding to those specific recreational needs that are most desired by the public. Next slide, please. City Council has already considered how a number of these desired recreational needs can be supported and furthered by funding them using Measure M proceeds. In summary, staff feels the document has gathered and organized expressed public sentiment into actionable recommendations, many of which simply need funding to help them become a reality for the citizens of Vacaville. At this point, the Acting Director Hubbard will finish up the presentation.
Next slide, Crystal. So what are our next steps? So some of the quick win projects have been identified through the Measure M special meeting that was held earlier this month by the city manager. And many of those projects were highlighted in the Parks and Rec Master Plan. For example, the Charwood Park and Play for Our Park are examples of projects that we will be taking on with the Park and Rec Master Plan. During that special meeting, the city manager also mentioned the 3x3 committee that will be appointed to help guide many of these projects. There will be 3 council members, 3 Park and Rec commissioners on this committee. And as we continually express, this is a working document. With that 3x3 committee and the Park and Recreation Committee, we will continue to review and make necessary recommendations as needed. Next slide, Crystal. So our recommendation is by simple motion, adopt the subject resolution. I will answer any questions, and we do have MIG staff here available as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I do have Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I think my comments and question are probably for the city manager. So first, my comment, city manager, is I remember sitting in on a very similar Vacaville Parks and Recreation Master Plan probably 8 or 9 years ago when I was on the Parks and Rec Commission. And honestly, since that point in time, pretty much everything on that plan that we slated to build hasn't been built. And so Mr. Hesterman pointed out earlier that the funding is very limited for Parks and Rec. And so I do think we need to change that. And I know through the Measure M discussions and a variety of other discussions, the Parks and Rec budget continues to take the back seat. It continues to get slashed. I've watched the last couple of years on council, other departments continue to kind of increase, grow FTE, grow funding. And Parks and Rec always seems to sort of take a back seat, even though it is one of the services of the city that I would say touches the residents the most. So I would really like to have some sort of accompanied funding plan with this. And I'm not saying it needs to be done tonight. And I know we're doing some work through Measure M, but I really want to see, some stuff get funded and built. So we talk a lot about planning. We have these amazing Parks and Rec master plans. How do we actually get some of these services to the city and actually get some love to our parks? So I just can't stress the need or stress the importance of really wanting to look at the city's budget, but also look at Measure M and start shifting some funds from other areas into Parks and Rec. They need it, they deserve it, and it's the area that the residents touch the most. So I know you're sort of working on this already, but I want to emphasize that point and stress that need. And then my question is, what is the process for that 3x3 commission? When will that start? How are we going to do the selection? What are the next steps on that particular item?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So with regards to the first comment and the importance of providing resources both in the Parks and Recreation Department and financial resources to help build some additional quality parks for our community and residents. Later on the agenda tonight under item 9E, and when we get into the budget discussion, we're going to be presenting to you some augmentation requests. And not to jump too far ahead right now, but one of the items that we are recommending approval to council is consideration of putting some additional staffing resources in the Parks and Recreation Department to keep up with the growing demand for additional park planning, designing, and that sort of thing. Then, as you mentioned, with regards to Measure M, we do have I believe, a very robust plan for the use of Measure M this year. Actually, the largest amount of Measure M funds that have been spent to date, assuming council accepts the budget when we get to that point later. to actively invest over $8 million into renovating and upgrading parks in each of the 6 districts, as well as funding for the Play for All Park and lighted ball fields. So I think, you know, we're coming out strong, but that's not to say that next year, when it comes budget time again, depending on how far we've been able to get with those other projects that I just mentioned, we have the opportunity to explore funding opportunities for additional park features. Now, the parks that are kind of developer driven, you know, there's some level of involvement that we can get involved there because, but honestly, those are really driven by building permit revenue and the payment of development impact fees. But we have a pretty good plan coming out of the gate this year. And I think going forward, this will be something that I'll be working with the council continuously on. You mentioned the 3x3, which I'll get to in just a second. I think the creation of that, and then the efforts that I anticipate happening this year to prioritize other park projects, you'll really see an emphasis on parks and bringing those into the community. As far as the 3x3 effort, I'm going to suggest that we bring that back for council discussion once the budget has been officially approved. So that would be after the June 22nd meeting.
Okay, let's go to public comment.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 724, I'll open your mic.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Mayor, Council, and staff and public. Again, I want to say this to you, and I mean this sincerely. I appreciate the master plan because it included Lagoon Valley Park with regards to especially to the user survey that I saw, you know, and I try to see as much as possible on the actual report, and it's pretty lengthy. However, I still do not agree. I disagree that Lagoon Valley is just another city park. Rather, I think you need to remember, based on its history, that it is and has served, as you should know, most of you that live here, that it's also has served as a so-called regional park that the county turned over to the city of Vacaville with the in the 1990s, with the understanding, expectation, I would think, that the city would be so-called good stewards of this city park that you consider city park. So, an urban park. So I suggest to you, and I mean this respectfully too, that you treat Lagoon Valley as such by extricating and separating it from the master plan to give and to continue to give the general public what they want and do not want to see to happen at Lagoon Valley Park. Again, I make this point because we need to continue to get to the bottom of the details that's going to happen, specifically rather than the general planning that you kind of implied in the survey. Again, as they say, the devil is in the details. So let's hear it from you. Let's hear it from everybody. Let's all be happy so we can make the most of this unique, treasureful part that we have here, and not just let it wait till the developer or somebody else offers to give money, or you're actor. Let's all be part of it, not be separated from it, so we can all benefit as a community, not as separate individuals just trying to look for their own special interest. Again, I'm not pointing any finger to any of you, but please respect that and please consider that. You know, that's all I'm saying to you. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. I see Council Member Silva's hand up.
Thank you. So, you know, I know that a lot of effort's gone into developing and improving this plan. A lot of things that, you know, I think we've kind of hit on different topics, whether it be Measure M or the actual master plan. There's two things I just want to add into those discussions. And again, I appreciate all the efforts that have been designed to and suggested for us to support coming up these next, I guess, month or so. So one thing of, you know, we've had in the Markham area, there's been some kids on motorbikes, and been some issues there, but there's been a constant demand as far as having some type of access to some type of whether it be mountain bike, type of circuit with some jumps or whatnot. That's been a constant, kind of persistent request. I know in the plan, and thank you, Reggie, for clarifying with me. I think it was last week that it's kind of slated for Centennial Park. So another suggestion coincidentally was Lagoon Valley from another resident. So anyways, I think having those type of activities is key. I also want to kind of highlight to my colleagues that, again, want to express my appreciation out to this great group from UC Davis that came out and did a study. There was a what's it called? Like a Google survey type of thing they put out where they had like 70 respondents from that, and then went out and helped them get some more feedback from the actual residents along Aegean Way. And like those, to me, that's very important because as far as getting that going, person to person, because it doesn't really skew the data. It's from people who actually live in those areas. So just to make sure everybody knows that there is no accessible park for those who live along Aegean Way, and that's been a pretty established area for quite some time, particularly with the trailer mobile home park that's right there. And so this group was looking at in the creek bed out in the back, which those of us that grew around, I think we all grew up around here, we all kind of recall being able to go out in the creeks and sometimes we could fish. And it was pretty cool, right? And so kind of just looking at how the area surrounding there is developed, particularly with the other higher density apartments along Allison. I think I know it's not in the current master plan, but I also am very well aware that it's a live document. But I'm hoping to, I'm hoping that as these plans continue to emerge, that there's city council support to continue efforts to give the residents, particularly families along this area, something kind of robust, something pretty unique. That is accessible not to just those folks around there, but again to the city at large. And I'm kind of curious to see if maybe, and just probably shouldn't throw it out there, but kind of curious to see if maybe Travis Credit Union, since it's kind of literally like their backyard, maybe they can help with some simple infrastructure. Just to kind of put it, just talking to folks, they were just saying, as far as feedback, a lot of these guys were, guys that I grew up with, and one consistent thing that kind of came out was that if we don't have things for our kids to do, like they're gonna find things that they're not supposed to do. So, and then other folks like, yeah, if we can just barbecue with our family, that would be pretty cool. And so it's just they're not really asking for much. I think a lot of simple measures would go a pretty long way. So I just want to put that on my fellow council members' radar. So that's referred to as the Allison Priority Development Area, aka Aegean Way out there, and you can see part of the privately owned land off of I-80, but it's also that creek, the creek side there. So I know a lot more is going to come with the different projects, and where it goes and how we prioritize. But I just wanted to add that to the discussions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you, and thank you to the staff for including our suggestions in the presentation today. I know that I can assume that every single council member is going to want to be a part of this Measure M 3x3 to really see these funds be utilized in creating some great parks and opportunities for our citizens to enjoy. One of the recommendations that I wanted to make in regard to that, and I don't know if this is the right time or place for that, is that if not everybody can be on it, but one of the things that I would like to see is the folks that do not get to be on this 3x3, if they could have preference in selecting the Parks and Rec folks from their district to make sure that the entire community has a voice in these decisions. I would like that. So I don't know if that suggestion could be taken into account, or if council would agree with me. But I'd like to make sure that everyone has a part in making sure that the spending of the Measure M funds is going toward the totality of our community.
Okay, thank you. It's a great suggestion, and we'll take that up like the city manager talked about at a later date. Right now, I'm just looking for a motion.
De Silva, motion approved.
Thank you.
Wiley, second.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Rowland.
Aye. Let's move to item 9D, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. So this is the first of many to come of your City Council Strategic Plan update. Next slide, please. So before I get into some of the working efforts that staff is working on towards your strategic plan, by way of background, let me get people on the same page. February of 2020, the City Council conducted multiple workshops to begin work on a strategic plan. The goal was to identify goals and objectives so that the council could use those as a working plan to prepare our budgets or our work plans in a strategic manner so that we could go ahead and put forth the resources and financing necessary to complete those tasks. In March, we had a draft specific plan that was presented to council, and then finally in May of last year, the City Council approved the strategic plan. But with the new election results last November, we have a brand new council for the most part, and we wanted to bring back the city strategic plan, the goals and initiatives, as well as some new implementation strategies, because as I'll highlight here in a moment, you'll see that the goals and initiatives provide kind of some overarching framework, but not necessarily the groundwork that needs to turn into action plans to accomplish those goals and initiatives. So that was done in February of this year. And at that time, we also asked the council to go ahead and prioritize those particular goals and initiatives and strategic implementation strategies. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the strategic goals include, not in any particular order, ensuring public safety, strengthening the local economy, protecting Vacaville's quality of life, maintaining effective and efficient services. And then at the February meeting this year, we actually added the number 5, promote community engagement and increased equity and inclusion. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, the hierarchy or the structure of your strategic plan is that we have 4 overarching goals, which provide the framework for our work plans. We have strategic initiatives then, and there's a total of 8 of those that were developed through a SWOT analysis that was linked to each corresponding goal. And then finally, the implementation strategies serve as the action plans to implement those 8 strategic initiatives. Next slide, please. The purpose of the updates is to give the council an update on the work plans that are being prepared on those strategic initiatives and strategies. We intend to do that 3 times a year in conjunction with your budget updates during the year as well. Now, while we're working on many of the implementation strategies, some of those are in higher ranking priority based on council's feedback. We've included that in the strategic plan update document that is included in attachment 1 of your staff report. We've also included some very specific details of all the work that we're doing right now, and that is included in attachment 2 on some of the more important priorities at the time. And I'm going to go ahead and highlight those real quickly, beginning with the next slide. So the top ranking priority from the council earlier this year was goal number 2, initiative 2A, which is articulated current economic development program. And the first one on there was implementing the COVID-19 economic recovery strategy. And as you can see, we've already been working on that one by implementing a shop local program. We're preparing a manufacturing retention program, creating a recovery strategy webpage for our website, and we're also working with Visit Vacaville to implement the council approved tourism recovery strategy. Next slide. In addition, we're currently working on more proactive economic development strategies that work on the city's strengths. Most notably are biotech and advanced manufacturing strategies. A lot of great work is happening with those efforts. And hopefully soon we'll be able to share with the council some exciting news about our biotech efforts that we're currently working on. We're also implementing the advanced manufacturing retention program. Next slide. The second priority, as ranked by the City Council, was ensuring fiscal sustainability, and there were a variety of implementation strategies included in there that are attached. But some of the ones that I wanted to highlight tonight will be the development of a long-range financial plan for Measure M. And earlier this year in May, on May 4th, we presented the Council with some projections for Measure M and some strategies for how to use Measure M funds to come out of the gate strong with some investments back into those community assets, such as those existing parks, as well as some 5-year pilot programs, including neighborhood beautification efforts, some quick win park improvement projects throughout the city. And this is something I'm hoping that as we, build on the efforts that we're working on this year, picking it up again next year, and really creating almost like a 5-year strategy plan so that the council and the community can see how we're saving Measure M money each year incrementally to afford a number of different smaller projects or one larger project, depending on the outcome of the 3x3 recommendations. Next slide, please. The third priority was promote housing for all. And this one is, and I'm certainly not going to read all this, but essentially we're trying to develop a comprehensive housing strategy that provides, a variety of different forms of rental and homeownership opportunities and removes barriers in the community to provide all of those types of housing. This is a big undertaking right now. And we sent out a statement of qualifications for a consultant to help us prepare that housing strategy. We received those proposals just last week, and so our team is actively reviewing those proposals. We hope to be going through the selection process here shortly and bringing back to the council a proposed contract to get started on that exciting effort. Next slide, please. Some other efforts that we're working on: Initiative 4C, building a positive organizational culture. I'm very proud of this particular effort and the folks in our Human Resources Department. Everything up to this point has been, focused externally, aside from the fiscal sustainability, but this is another part that's really talking about taking care of the employees and the organization. And as you can see here in the highlights that we provided, we're really trying to emphasize the workplace culture so that we can build a very proactive and engaged workforce. Next slide, please. Next one is managing impacts from growth. An example of that is your recent action just on the prior item with approval of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. That is an exciting document that we are looking forward to begin implementation on. And as I mentioned earlier, we already have a pretty robust plan this year scheduled with Measure M funds, and I think that trend will continue into the next years ahead. Next slide, please. Changing paradigm for police. This one actually falls under this particular initiative as well as the fiscal sustainability item, and that is the completion of our RFQ for an outside consulting firm to do an audit of our police department. And so we released that in the past week, and we anticipate that we will be receiving comments or proposals by the middle of June, and then we will have a selection committee help us select the consultant so that we can get started on that particular evaluation process. Next slide. This one is further efforts about rebuilding city support services. And this is, I think the Vice Mayor mentioned it, about putting some additional resources into our support departments and working on our technology strategic plans and other support systems that help us do all the work that we do here in terms of utility billing and capital management and all those important things that keep the organization running. Next slide. And then the last one that we added at the February meeting with regards to promoting community engagement and increased equity and inclusion. At the May 4th meeting, we brought forward to the City Council a contract with Nicole Anderson and Associates that will help us begin efforts on a lot of different forms of EDI training. So we're very excited about that one because it hits all levels of the organization. And we'll also begin to pick up the efforts of our social justice efforts that we did last year and had to put on pause until we got this in place. Next slide, please. Finally, the next steps. So I ran through those real quickly, but I wanted to just point out that, you know, there's a lot of work here, and we're trying to build with the strategic plan efforts and focus our budget using the strategic plan so that we can, you know, get a lot done for the community and for the well-being and achieve all the goals and objectives that the council has identified in their vision for the community. We will continue to work on those, and we will start putting together action plans for these items where we'll be identifying the specific resources, the funding, and then scheduling. So just as an example, as we get the proposed projects for the housing strategy and the police audit, we'll be coming back to council with action plans with these particular updates for you, so you know what to expect in terms of costs, deliverables, and timelines. But as far as the next regular update for the overall strategic plan, we plan on bringing that back to the council in October and November this year. That concludes my presentation. If you go to the next slide, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to open it up to public comment.
Caller ending in 724, I'll open your mic.
Hello, Mayor, Council. This is Roberto Valdez. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. You know, I want to say that I applaud you for trying to come up with a strategic plan for the city. You know, and I mean that again sincerely. But I am concerned that you're, at least what I gather, especially for the programs that were covered by your staff person, and I apologize, that you know, they're talking about a kind of a 5-year plan. I would suggest a 3-year plan because, again, as I told you last time, a lot of things can happen within 5 years, and we are, you know, and I say that because I don't hear anything about projections. You know, like the U.S. I'm sure you know about the U.S. Census. They do projections. They know where the population may shift. But right now we're dealing with, and I think you can all agree, with a very unstable socioeconomic conditions. We're losing a lot of people in California, and I don't think Vacaville is any different. You know, so I think you should, you know, I'd like to see what projections you have. What is it that you're planning? And if you're not meeting those goals, you know, what's happening with this plan? Overall, I think the bottom line, don't just make it look good, shelf it away, and not meet the goals that you set out. If you're not meeting the goals, then I think you better rethink your whole strategy of the strategy plans. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to council. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So a quick comment and then a question for the city manager. First, I really appreciate the entire strategic planning process. I think staff did a really good job. I'm really happy with this process and the plan itself, and I'm very excited to see kind of where it goes. I did have one question specifically on the housing element, and it's probably not the question you think I'm going to ask, but we've been working on a sliding fee scale for development impact fees for probably a little over 3 or 4 years now. And I've been told many times it's going to be finished and it's almost done, and there'll be a few more months and a few more months. And I don't mean that in a negative way or a positive way, but we've been told by a variety of stakeholders, including city staff, that that really is one of the keys to getting more affordable development in Vacaville. Is there a reason why that's not on the housing element? Is there a reason why that's, and if not, can we add that to really make that a priority? Again, it's been going for 3 or 4 years now, and I just want to see if we can maybe make that a little higher up the priority list.
So thank you, Vice Mayor. So that effort is still a very high priority. Unfortunately, it was something that I was leading when I was in my prior role, and other folks have admirably taken over for me. And we're getting closer to bringing a draft to council. It will be utilized as part of the housing strategy indirectly, because it definitely does affect it. Because as you mentioned, we are looking at doing a tiered system for our fee structure for single family units to help encourage infill development and try to promote that missing middle piece. So I appreciate the council's patience and the community's patience. We are getting closer to getting that done. And if it doesn't necessarily have to come back as part of the housing strategy, it could come sooner than that.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. So I hate to put you on the spot, Aaron, but like what would be the ETA on that?
Well, I think we're probably a couple of months, just because we have to button up some of the technical studies. And then I think what we've talked about doing is coming to council to give you the preliminary estimates. And honestly, there's going to be some sticker shock, because keep in mind, we have not updated those impact fees for 28, 29 years now. And so we need to bring that back to council and get give you some preliminary indications. We also need to work with the development community so they understand what went into the formulas and what is being contemplated for inclusion in the impact fee program. So the technical studies has been taking a while, but we think we're real close to buttoning those up. We'll then work with the development community and bring it to the council for some preliminary direction, because there's the potential for a lot of policy discussions. When you haven't updated your fees in that amount of time, it's going to be necessary to address how do we implement, whether it's an all-in-one move implementation, or if it's an incremental phased-in approach. But those will all be things that we'll be bringing back to the council, and hopeful that we will have a better handle on it in the next 2 months.
All right, thank you. And just to clarify, our strategic plan is something that we try not to revise too much, because we want to be able to fulfill those goals. But it is something that's also, relatively speaking, a live document.
Of course. And so what, to the earlier caller's point about, projections and implementation and timeframes. So we have a 5-year plan here, because when you look at all the work that's included in here, it's going to take time, but that doesn't mean that every project on here is going to take 5 years. We're hoping to have a lot of these projects that, I highlighted tonight completed in the first year or so. And the purpose of staying focused on that is so that, you'll see on the next item with the budget update, we're making sure that we're putting our money where the priorities are. And so to put necessary resources to achieve the vision that council has identified, so that we can finish one and then move on to the next one. And so that's why when we start talking about, work plans and resources, it's very important for us to stay, true to these priorities that have been identified, get them completed, allocate the resources, and then move on to the next one. And then when we come back each year for updates, there will be an opportunity for the council to discuss whether or not that's, truly remains a priority, because things do change. And if we need to adapt and adjust, we can certainly have those conversations about reprioritizing if necessary.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mr. City Manager, let's move to 9E.
Thank Thank you. So this next item is a piece related to the city's budget. We're going to provide you with the third quarter update tonight. We'll also have a request for a one-time augmentation for this fiscal year's budget. And then the exciting part of getting into the kickoff for our fiscal 22 year budget presentation. I would just like to start off the presentation by saying that, last year, as council is aware, we took a very strategic and cautious approach to our budgeting because of the COVID pandemic and the uncertainty that would have on the economic climate. And so as our budget team, Kim Metzamy and Leslie Hoover and John Collette will identify for you, we essentially shut down quite a bit of activities last year to protect the budget. And as part of that process, we told council we were going to come back on a quarterly basis with updates. So that's why we're back here tonight with the third quarter update. Going forward, though, for this next year, our team will show you that the economy is actually recovering quite well. And so as a result, we're recommending tonight to the council that we consider a new approach, which is essentially opening back up for business. And so you'll see some numbers on here because we're looking to reopen and put some resources back into operations and supplies and materials. We're recommending some healthy augmentations, again, to provide those levels of service, programs, and projects that the community deserves to receive. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Kim Metzamy, who can kick off the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Next slide, please. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. As the City Manager mentioned, tonight's presentation will be a two-parter. We'll be providing an update of the current year general fund budget through third quarter and have the first study session for next year's budget. So tonight's agenda will include an updated projection on where general fund revenues are expected to end the current year, revenue trends through third quarter compared to prior fiscal years, a proposed budget augmentation for the current fiscal year, and then we jump to discussion on the development of next year's budget and recommended budget augmentations. There will also be an update on the American Rescue Plan Act, a recap of the Measure M augmentations discussed at the May 4th Special Council meeting, and then we'll end with the 5-year general fund forecast. Next slide, please. So to start, the slide shows our revenue projections during budget adoption back in June and our updated projections for the current fiscal year based off what we're seeing through Q3 or the end of March. We'll go over several of these revenue categories in more detail a little bit later in the presentation, just to highlight the larger variances we're projecting in several of these categories. In the property tax category, we're currently projecting this category to finish about 6.7% lower than originally estimated. While regular property tax is trending positively and we're seeing growth from last fiscal year in line with our projections, this category also includes residual balance payments we receive semi-annually from the county in January and June related to the dissolution of the former redevelopment agency. There has been a court decision, a fairly recent court decision down in San Diego County, which has changed the methodology on how counties distribute these payments. And as a result, it's going to result in smaller allocations to cities from the county. And so we're affected by this as well as the school district. And when we provided the mid-year update, this was mentioned as well, we were anticipating that impact to be about $1.5 million annually, but now expect that impact to be closer to $2 million. And that's been included in our forecast, which we'll go over later on in this presentation. In the sales tax and Measure M category results through third quarter, they're continuing to greatly outpace projections that we had back in June, primarily due to a spike in online sales due to the pandemic and the implementation of Assembly Bill 147, which is also known as the online sales tax law. Additionally, when sales tax projections were made back in June, there was very limited pandemic sales data, and the economic news at that time, as we can all recall, was very doom and gloom. And so our sales tax consultants that we work with, HDL, they were projecting based off of really early pandemic and shelter at home sales tax receipts and understandably forecasted conservatively. In the department charges and fees category, we've seen the largest negative impact on a percentage basis at a negative 23% due to the pandemic and subsequent state orders. And this category includes our parks and rec, like classes and rental fees. And then at mid-year, we were projecting revenues to finish about $1.5 million or 1.4% higher than originally projected. As shown on the table, we've upped that projection and now anticipate general fund revenues finishing $4 million higher, or 3.8% higher than the original budget, primarily because of the sales tax and how strongly that is done. And so I'm now going to pass it on to our financial analyst, John Collette, to talk about the revenue trends through quarter 3.
Thanks, Ken. This part of our presentation focuses on revenue trends through the third quarter of the current fiscal year. The trends are based on actuals through the first 9 months of the fiscal year, along with updated sales tax estimates from our consultant HDL and updated property tax estimates. Next slide, please. Property taxes account for approximately 32% of the city's general fund revenue, making it the city's largest source of general fund revenue. Through third quarter, the city has received $16.5 million in property tax revenue. This is a 3.3% decrease as compared to fiscal year 20. While regular property tax is trending positively and we're seeing growth from last fiscal year, there is the negative impact regarding residual balance payments as a result of the Chula Vista court case decision in San Diego. As Ken mentioned earlier, we're anticipating a $2 million decrease in revenue in the current fiscal year as a result of the case. The property tax category includes regular property tax, vehicle licensing fees, VLF, and residual balance and pass-through payments. In addition, our current projection does not include any assumptions related to commercial properties on appeal. Next slide. Sales tax accounts for approximately 17% of the city's general fund revenue. We've received $18.5 million in sales tax through third quarter. This is an increase of approximately 9.4% or $1.6 million from this time last fiscal year. Some positive factors are the shelter-at-home order hasn't had as significant of an impact on sales tax as we initially projected at the beginning of the fiscal year. Essential businesses have stayed open for the fiscal year, and AB 147, also known as the Wayfair decision, a new revenue related to sales tax from out-of-state online retailers. HDL estimates that it was fully implemented in third quarter of fiscal year 20. Next slide. Measure M is going to trend in the same direction as sales tax. Again, just to reiterate, Measure M is a 3/4 cent tax that was approved by voters and went into effect April 2018, with fiscal year 2019 being the first full year receiving Measure M revenue under the new rate. Measure M revenue is $14 million through the third quarter, which is an increase of 5.2% over fiscal year 20. The factors for Measure M are similar to general sales tax. The shelter-at-home order has not had a significant impact on sales tax. Again, essential businesses have stayed open, and the positive effects of AB 147 regarding out-of-state online sales tax. Next slide. Other taxes besides property, sales, and Measure M taxes account for approximately 20% of the city's total general fund revenues. Through third quarter, revenues are $13.9 million, which is a decrease of 6.7% from the prior year. Taxes in this category consist of franchise fees, paramedic fees, transient occupancy tax fees, excees, tax fees, business license tax, and real property transfer taxes. Due to the nature of each of these taxes, we are seeing both positive and negative trends due to the pandemic. The transient occupancy tax, or what we refer to as TOT, is a tax based on local hotel stays. We've seen a decrease in revenues due to travel restrictions during the pandemic. Through third quarter, TOT revenue has seen a decrease of 30% as compared to prior year fiscal year 20. On a positive note, TOT revenues increased in the third quarter, and with businesses and travel opening back up, we are hopeful that this trend will continue. Next slide. The department charges and fees revenue category accounts for approximately 9% of the city's total general fund revenues. And this is where we are seeing the largest impact due to the pandemic. Through March, revenues are at $5.3 million for the current fiscal year, which is a 34% decrease from the previous fiscal year and a 27% decrease from fiscal year 2018-19. This category contains the charges and fees for all departments, with Parks and Recreation and paramedic fees being the bulk of the category. Through third quarter, Parks and Recreation continued to see significant negative impacts on their revenue as their activities and programs are directly impacted by the limitations from state and local orders in the current fiscal year. As we analyze actual revenues through third quarter, we've seen a total decrease of about 83% in revenue as compared to the prior year, fiscal year 20. We are seeing increased activity in some programs for the third quarter, including swimming, cultural arts, gymnastics, and childcare, but class sizes are smaller in order to adhere to social distancing guidelines. On the other hand, paramedic fees have seen an increase of 7% in revenue through third quarter compared to prior year, fiscal year 20. This is due to the increasing number of ambulance transports in the first 9 months of the current fiscal year, and at this point, we are expecting to see this trend to continue. As mandates from the state and county continue to be lifted or eased, we expect revenues to continue to trend positively in department charges and fees. That concludes the third quarter revenue trends, and from here, I will pass it over to Leslie for budget augmentations.
Next. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Budget augmentations are needed when items arise after budget adoption. Tonight, we do have one augmentation request for Council's consideration in the amount of $53,000 for additional homeless remediation and cleanup services. Our Public Works Maintenance Division is tasked with the cleanup and remediation of debris related to homeless encampments and activities that impact the city's public facilities, parks, and other city-operated public areas. Beginning in fiscal year 20, we originally budgeted $60,000 for this service. However, as part of the cost-saving measure, we reduced it to $25,000 in the current fiscal year. After reviewing the expenses through March, it is necessary to adjust this year's budget and add an additional $53,000 at this time. This is a one-time budget request from the general fund that supports strategic goal number 4, maintain effective and efficient services. Next. Now we move on into our part 1 of our 2-part budget study session for fiscal year 2022. Next. This slide contains our budget roadmap for the remainder of the fiscal year. Tonight we have our first budget study session with the second budget study session on June 8th. These public study sessions are the opportunity for the public to provide any input in the budget process. In addition, Council will provide staff with direction on how we allocate funds or how we allocate fund in the new year. We will then come back to Council on June 22nd with a finalized budget for adoption. Next. As a reminder of the budget development process, which we took you through in the Budget 101 study session, our budget process starts with establishing a base budget. In order to create a base budget, the following adjustments are incorporated. For our position budget model, we update the rates for PERS, PARs, and other post-retirement costs. Most of these rates are updated with estimates prepared by third-party actuaries. We also update the position model with any active contractual obligations per established labor agreements and other long-term contracts. We adjust department supplies and services by the Consumer Price Index for San Francisco, Oakland, and Hayward as of December each year. As of December 2020, the CPI was 2% and thus what is included in our base budget. We also analyze and adjust specific indirect and internal service expenses at a citywide level, which affects all departments. This includes items like fuel, electricity, gas, water, central garage, and citywide technology. Once the base budget model is built by the budget division, the departments can make changes to move funds around within their discretionary budget, which really is only the supplies and services section. Anything above the base budget requires the department to submit an augmentation request to the city manager and budget team. These requests must support Council's adopted strategic plan and are discussed as a group with department heads. Next. In addition to the adjustments I discussed in the previous slide, the fiscal year 22 budget also includes a restoration of approximately $3 million in one-time cost-saving measures enacted in this current fiscal year due to the uncertainty of COVID. This includes a reduction to travel and training, reduction of part-time staff, which is primarily in our Parks and Rec department, deferral of the transfer to our CIP, and that is for projects. We reduced that by about $1.5 million in this current year. We reduced technology by $500,000 and then reduced a transfer we do to our vehicles for $280,000. Next. This next part of our presentation will cover augmentation requests for the upcoming fiscal year. Again, augmentations would be for anything above the initial base budget, which I discussed earlier. Next. I won't read through this as we talked about it earlier tonight. You received a presentation from the city manager on the status of our strategic plan. However, I do want to remind everyone that the following budget augmentation requests do align with one or more of the strategic goals and or initiatives. Next. This slide shows the positions we are recommending to council tonight, with the exception of one position for Measure M, which we will discuss later in this presentation. As you can see on the slide, there's 11 positions, only 9 are new full-time positions. Our first one is the part-time funds for the media production coordinator for approximately $47,000. And this is within our public information division of the city manager's office. This part-time position is critical to strategic goal number 4 and 5. The public information officer division previously had part-time position in the past. However, it was supported by a one-time grant that has since been depleted. While we were able to hire a part-time staff member recently in the current fiscal year through one-time salary savings, this augmentation request will provide the much-needed ongoing support. The second item on here is an IT technician for GIS with an ongoing cost of $110,000. As you heard tonight in the strategic plan update, staff is finishing up year 1 of the technology strategic plan and the implementation of the GIS master plan. While the GIS master plan recommended 2 additional staff members, the department is only requesting 1 at this time. This will increase centralized GIS support while expanding GIS maintenance resources for the city. In addition, this position will help ensure GIS base map layers are maintained consistently and accurately. Next, we have a deputy city attorney 2 with an ongoing cost of just over $211,000. This position was requested by the department in the fiscal year 21 budget process. However, it was not recommended for funding at that time. With the continued growth in the city, along with increased and ever-changing legal requirements on local governments, and the recent transition to districting with now 7 members of council, the need for additional legal support has increased. The next one on here is for our housing department, and this is a housing specialist for approximately $118,000. This one will not be supported by the general fund, but rather housing and community services. Our housing department has a loan portfolio over $34 million. These loans must be monitored annually, and it covers 988 multifamily units and 111 single-family units. This additional position is needed to ensure adequate staffing is in place to assist with affordable housing activities, including monitoring and special projects. In the past, due to limited funding, the housing department has not been able to provide additional staffing. However, with the addition of $1.5 million in ongoing funding last year, and now an additional $800,000 to be included with the fiscal year 22 budget for grant funding, there is adequate funding to support this position going forward. Furthermore, by adding this position to our housing department, it would allow for the ability to take the first step towards vital succession planning. We have one dispatcher on here for $134,000 approximately. Similar to the deputy city attorney position mentioned above, the dispatcher was requested last year but remained on the unfunded list. The department had requested 2 positions last year, and we were only able to move forward with 1, thus leaving this one unfunded. Our communications center is a 24/7 operation which supports at least 2 independent police and fire radio channels. The department's original request of 2 dispatchers would increase minimum staffing across all operations levels to 3, thus allowing for deployment of a dedicated call taker. The radio dispatcher must be able to focus on radio transmission, and the call taker must be able to focus on providing information to callers in order to maintain overall public safety. While we continue to evaluate minimum staffing levels, the city and the call volume will continue to increase, and the addition for positions will need to be addressed to stabilize minimum staffing levels. The next item on here is the finance assistant conversion, and there is no amount in this fiscal year for this one. The city implemented the financial and human capital management phases of our ERP project in January 2021. This project is a large undertaking, and 2 additional limited term staff were planned, budgeted, and hired to assist with this project through fiscal year 2023. The department is requesting to convert 1 of the 2 limited term staff in our accounts payable division at this time. The department was able to fund this full-time position with a combination of existing general fund budget and funds through our ERP project. Currently, there are enough funds to cover this position through fiscal year 23 and possibly fiscal year 24, which is why there's no amount requested at this time. However, in future years, the ongoing costs would continue. By converting this position now, the department will be able to continue to maintain the increased workloads over the past several years and the ability to retain an existing employee who has been trained and a much-needed resource to ensure the success of our new ERP system. The next item on here is a conversion of a park planner for $109,000 in our Parks and Recreation Department. The department currently has 2 part-time park planners. 1 position is currently vacant due to retirement back in December of 2020. While the department held a recruitment prior to the departure of the planner in effort to allow for a transition period for succession planning due to the numerous pending projects, this recruitment was unsuccessful and has continued to be challenging to fill on a part-time basis. Furthermore, in order to implement the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, it is crucial to have full-time staff member in this role. The next item is an Office Assistant 2 for Parks and Recreation. This position would also be a conversion of non-full-time position. The full cost for the position is just over $95,000, of which $42,000 is going to be offset by current existing non-full-time. Thus, the net impact is just over $53,000. This position will be tasked with supporting the Arts Advisory Committee, Public Art Collection, online gallery, tracking and processing of all HR-related paperwork, record retention, and overall office support to the department. The next item on here is for Parks and Recreation as well. This is a conversion of a program coordinator. This position also is converting some current non-full-time funds into a full-time position. Similar to the other one, the net cost of this is $53,000. By converting this position to full-time, the department will be allowed to expand a therapeutic recreation program and address the growing needs of people with disabilities within our community. The next 2 positions on here are for our Public Works Department. There are 2 positions requested at this time. 1 is a 2-year limited term junior engineer with an annual cost of $152,000. The second position is an engineering specialist with a net impact of $47,000, just over $47,000. The department currently expends approximately $90,000 or more annually for contracted services, which would offset the full cost of this position. Neither of these positions will be funded by the general fund, rather through development engineering funds. The workload in this area continues to remain high and is expected to increase significantly over the next 2 years, as they are very active with various planned subdivisions like Roberts Ranch, Farms at Alamo, Southtown Phase 3, just to name a few. In addition, there's an existing active encroachment permits and a FEMA 5-year update of the community rating system and flood map activities. In order to meet the department's regulatory and customer service performance goals, it is necessary to increase staffing in these areas. This brings us to a total of nine new positions, 6 which are funded through the general fund, with a net impact just over $720,000, and three positions funded by other funds and have a net impact of just over $317,000. Next. This next slide contains ongoing augmentations for department supplies and services. There are several items on here tonight. I'm just going to call out a few of the larger requests. The second item on here is for the cell phone budget for the city attorney, police, and fire departments. The city attorney's office needs a minimal amount, around $570 due to additional staffing. The fire department needs an additional approximately $35,000. This has been an area of need for several years now as we continue to use technology in our daily operations, such as iPads for the electronic patient care reporting. And now with our new RIMS CAD system, each fire apparatus utilizes LTE services on an iPad that is used as a mobile data terminal. Similar, the police department needs an additional $36,000 as they too continue to use technology in their daily operations. All officers have department issued cell phone as well as MCTs in each vehicle and street cameras, which all utilize cellular service. The next request we have is for the IT division within the city manager's office for radio support services in the amount of just over $112,000. With the radio project now complete, the radios for PD, fire, and public works and IT will require ongoing maintenance and service going forward. We currently don't have in-house staff to support this area and will need to contract with an outside service provider to ensure the maintenance and operability going forward. The fifth item on the slide before you is a request from the fire department for an increase in emergency medical supplies in the amount of $30,000. The department continues to see an increase in this area as prices for many necessary supplies and pharmaceuticals continue to rise. However, this is an area that has been greatly impacted by COVID and will have permanent changes going forward as new PPE protocol mandates have a direct correlation to the amount of supplies needed in order to be within compliance. Next on the list, the police department has an additional request for the annual alarm billing services in the amount of $40,000. Then we also have, for investigative costs, there's a request of a total of $85,000. This is for both the police department and then non-departmental. $10,000 of the $85,000 would be added to the police department's budget for contracted lab services, lab analysis services, sexual assault exams, which have seen a significant increase over the past several years. The remaining $75,000 will be added to non-departmental to retain expert consultant services on an as-needed basis to assist the city with conducting thorough, objective, and independent investigations and assessments on issues which may arise during the delivery of public safety services in the community. The last ongoing request on the list is for our public works, and this is for $32,000 for streets, creek, and storm drainage. There are several critical services in this area like tree removal, creek bank repairs, regulatory compliance consulting services, weed abatement, fence repairs, environmental cleanup services, which have continued to exceed the department's allocated annual budget. The total for the additional ongoing costs for supplies and services is just over $435,000. Next. This slide contains one-time augmentations for department supplies and services. The first one-time budget request is for the upcoming council redistricting and outreach services in the amount of $150,000 for the city manager's office. This request would include costs for contracting with a vendor for redistricting services, as well as additional outreach services to maintain a dedicated website for the entire process to ensure full transparency. The next two items are for non-departmental, which includes $15,000 for various fees and studies to be completed in the upcoming fiscal year. The second item for non-departmental is $90,000 for the upcoming police audit, as you've heard the city manager mention previously. This will evaluate current industry best practices and new legislation to ensure we are meeting the community's expectations. The next request is for Department of Justice certification process that the police department is required to complete through California Incident-Based Reporting System, known as CYBERS, in the amount of $25,000. The next two items are for Public Works Department. The first is for data fiber installation at the courtyard. You may recall the presentation from Public Works recently with a renovation project at the Corporation Yard. It was acquired in the early 1960s and formerly an old PG&E courtyard, which has poorly laid out cable system and is facing significant challenges impeding staff's use of modern computer and technology. The requested amount of $80,000 would allow Public Works to work with our ID department and contract for installation of data fiber lines to 7 primary buildings within the Corporation Yard. The second item for Public Works is equipment for our central garage, which maintains the city's fleet with over 620 plus cars, trucks, buses, and specialized equipment. Unlike modern garages, which contain overhead reels, hose, pumps, and dispensing nozzles, which pipe each fluid into throughout the building, the fluids used by the city's general garage are stored in large steel tanks mounted on canister wheels and have been pushed around 8 bays, which can weigh over 800 pounds. The antiquated system increasingly exposes the city to increased safety risks and decreases productivity and efficiency of our garage operations. The next request is for our upcoming fire academy in the amount of $230,000. The academy is an 18-week basic training course that each of our new firefighters attend prior to being utilized as minimum staffing, providing fire and emergency medical services to the community of Vacaville. The academy is taught by 2 in-house instructors that are temporarily reassigned from the field to work a 40-hour work week in fire administration. Of the $230,000, approximately $16,000 is for necessary supplies, with the remaining $214,000 for staff overtime. The final and largest one-time request we have is for $1 million to start a public safety equipment replacement fund for both police and fire. While this is a large amount, it is the first step for moving from being reactive to becoming proactive. Both departments have conducted comprehensive analysis of their specialty equipment and have identified various critical replacement needs for equipment that has reached its useful life, such as we have 15 heart monitor defibrillators, which are essential for our paramedics to provide advanced life support. Our Axon Officer Safety Program, this includes dash cameras, officer body cameras, and tasers. Replacement of portable radios for encryption, and replacement of expiring ballistic helmets. The total one-time augmentation request from the general fund was just over $1.5 million and $73,000 from other funds. Next. This slide contains all of the unfunded requests at this time. I'm not going to go through this full list right now. However, there are additional 6 positions on here. And then there's also some other one-time and ongoing requests as well. Now I will pass it on to Ken to briefly discuss the upcoming American Rescue Plan Act.
Thanks, Leslie. Next slide, please. So the following slides are related to the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, signed by the President back in March that included state and local fiscal aid. Next slide, please. So Vacaville's allocation is $12.68 million. The allocation is based off, so the way this is funded is based off the modified CDBG allocation formula, which considers the extent of poverty, population, housing overcrowding, and age of housing in the city relative to other metropolitan cities. And this is also a question that we often get is kind of why is Vacaville's number 12.68 million and other cities in the county are either higher or lower. And so it's based off of this formula and how the federal government dispersed or allocated this federal funding. The funds must be obligated by December 31st of 2024, and the funds will be dispersed in two halves. And so the first allocation, or the first half of 6.34 million, would be allocated either at the end of this month or next month, and then the second allocation would follow exactly 1 year later, so in May or June of 2022. Next slide, please. So while staff is still unpacking the federal guidance related to the funding, the following slide states what we currently know regarding the use. So eligible funding includes supporting public health expenditures, addressing the negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, replacing lost public sector revenue, providing premium pay for essential workers, and then investment in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Ineligible uses would include using the funding to offset a reduction in revenue from tax cuts, and so this applies at the state level. And then also, no recipients can use the money to deposit into a pension fund. So staff will be bringing back this American Rescue Plan funding to council for discussion and direction on the use of the funds at a future council meeting, and that will be separate from the budget process that we're currently going through right now. This is merely just to provide an update of the information we currently have related to the federal funding. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to our budget manager, Leslie Hoover, to discuss Measure M.
Thanks, Ken. At the Measure M study session on May 4th, staff reviewed on the original project list that was approved by council back in 2018 with the ongoing commitments, which including staffing and annual projects such as street maintenance, parks beautification, and a few one-time costs. Potential options for funding large projects were also discussed, including banking or saving funds for multiple years until a project cost is reached, as well as a bonding option, which would allow for a large project to be completed sooner, but with a higher total cost due to the interest on the bonds. A number of new projects and programs were proposed for fiscal year 21-22, as we've heard tonight. Oh, sorry, next slide. So as you've heard tonight, we've talked a lot about Measure M, including community enhancement projects such as funding for the homeless services, police activity leagues, family resource center, and funds to implement the downtown specific plan. 6 pilot programs were proposed, including equity, diversity, and inclusion, adding adaptive sensory equipment to parks, property abatement program, neighborhood cleanup, youth scholarships, and a grant matching pool. A brand new program is being proposed, is a council benefit program, where each district and one at-large mayor would receive $50,000 a year to use for community benefits, such as for park facility improvements or programs or services. Also being proposed are some quick wins for park improvement projects. This was discussed, by the city manager in our Parks and Rec master plan. These are considered quick wins because most of them can be completed within 2 years. These projects include park improvements in every district, funding to complete phase 1 of the Play for All Park, and funding for 2 ball field lights. Next slide. For Measure M, we do have one position request right here. This is for the community enhancement items mentioned on the previous slide, is for the Police Activities League. That program is housed in our police department, has historically included part-time program coordinator position, has been funded through general fund. This position is critical for the success of our PAL program, and having a full-time position would decrease turnover. Because of that, we are proposing to convert the part-time position to a full-time position and move the entire program into Measure M. The amount you see here, just over $60,000 augmentation, is needed to convert the part-time position into a full-time position. For ongoing requests, we have the participant scholarships we have talked about for $100,000 for our Parks and Rec department, $11,000 for services and supplies for PAL, and then our Family Resource Center, basic needs. This was a grant that we previously had through the county, but we no longer receive funding for. And then also with our Family Resource Center is for case management software. And then finally, we have homeless remediation for $80,000. And that brings a total of ongoing augmentations of just over $292,000. Next. This slide includes all of the one-time augmentation requests for Measure M, which we've heard tonight, and programs we're proposing for fiscal year 21-22, along with the dollar amounts for each responsible department. You have the Family Resource Center for case management software. This is just for their implementation costs. The Equity and Diversity Program, year one, $62,000 for the city manager. Some of the other year ones of the 5-year pilot program, property abatement, neighborhood cleanup, the grant matching pool. Again, the Play for All Park, the $350,000. The Council District Benefit Program for $350,000. $500,000 for the Downtown Specific Plan. The Youth Scholarship Program for $100,000. Several parks in each district, Paderos, Meadowlands, Sierra Vista, Alamo, Pheasant Country Park. And then the Adaptive Sensory Equipment, year one for $50,000, $1.8 million for Trower Park, and then $840,000 for 2 baseball field lights. And that is just over $9 million, or $9.7 million. Next slide, please. These 3 programs currently fall within the general fund, or were grant funded. We're proposing augmentation requests for each of them, but we're also proposing to move the total cost to Measure M for ease and transparency in the budgeting and reporting. Homeless services, just over $251,000 is currently budgeted in general fund non-departmental. That includes shelter beds, outreach contract, temporary assistance through hotel beds. The proposed augmentation of $80,000 would bring the total amount for Measure M at just over $331,000. The next item for the police activity leagues is the part-time coordinator position is currently budgeted in the police department, just over $38,000. The proposed augmentation of over $71,000 includes converting the position to full-time along with additional supplies and services for the total cost of just over $110,000 in Measure M. And then the last one on here is the Family Resource Center, as I currently mentioned. Previously is included in the police department's budget. Grant funding from the county that was once awarded here is no longer available. And so the proposed augmentation of just over $101,000 is for basic needs and their new management software. To recap, the total impact for Measure M for these 3 programs is $543,196, but it's important to remember that just over $290,000 of it has been an ongoing expense in the general fund previously. Now I will pass it back to Ken to go over the 5-year forecast.
Thanks, Leslie. So in the following section of slides, we'll be discussing the 5-year forecast. Next slide, please. So this first slide presents 3 scenarios for the fiscal year 22 general fund budget. Each of these scenarios uses the same general revenue assumptions, and those assumptions are, this is to the left of the table, that property tax revenues will increase by 4.7% over fiscal year 21, and that sales tax, which has been exceptionally strong in fiscal year 21, we've actually seen, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, close to a 10% increase in the current fiscal year compared to last year. Our consultant HDL is projecting that to stay flat just because fiscal year 21 has been so strong compared to other years historically. For department charges and fees and TOT, so these are the areas that have been by far the most impacted by the pandemic. The forecast assumes that these 2 revenue sources are going to start to recover in fiscal year 22 and get back to kind of what we were seeing pre-pandemic. So starting with the column on the left under the preliminary base budget, this particular scenario assumes that If council were not to accept any of the general fund budget augmentations that are being recommended this evening, if the only thing that were to occur is the restoration of the $3 million in cost saving measures and that 2% CPI that we placed on services and supplies, if that were to be the only things that were factored in addition to the Measure M augmentations, this is what the scenario represents. And so we would be looking at $99.8 million in revenues prior to Measure M. Expenses of about $103.4 million. And so in this scenario, the expenses would exceed revenues by about 3.6 million or 3.5%. This will leave our budget reserve. So this is a portion of our general fund reserves that doesn't include Measure M at about 24 million or 24%. And then when you factor in Measure M revenues, we're projecting about 18.7 million coming in 22. Spending 18.5 million, and this is because of the different ongoing programs and also the augmentations that were mentioned by Leslie a little bit earlier in this presentation. So if you factor that in, Measure M would end the year at 30 million. We would be looking at a combined general fund reserve of 54.7 million or 52%. And then the middle column represents the same revenue scenario. The difference here is that if the $2.7 million in general fund budget augmentations were accepted, that's what this scenario includes. And so you're looking at, under this scenario, the budget reserve for fiscal year 22 finishing at 21.7 million or 21%. The Measure M portion doesn't change there. And the combined reserve would be 52 million or about 49%. And then the final scenario includes, for the ARPA money that was mentioned a little bit earlier, the 12.6 million that we'll be getting in total. That's going to be 6.3 million that we're projected to get in 21, and then an additional 6.3 million in fiscal year 22. If that funding were all to be used on general fund related costs, that's what this scenario presents. And so under this scenario, we would be looking at revenues exceeding expenses without Measure M by about 200,000. The budget reserve would be 34 million at 34%, and then your total combined general fund reserve would be 64.8 million or 61% at the end of fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. And so before we get into the 5-year forecast, the following slide lists the assumptions that we've used. And so for the revenues, we strive for accuracy, but similar to other government agencies, we err on the conservative side. We work with HGL on our sales tax and property tax projections, which are our two largest revenue sources for the general fund. And then for our other revenue projections, we rely on discussion with internal departments on fee projections as we go through the budget process. We look at external resources where they're available, and we look at trends in the city's revenues from prior years as well. And so on the revenue side, the assumption here is that the COVID-19 impacts, that we're going to continue to see that through the rest of this current fiscal year, but the worst of it financially occurred in Q4 of 2020, that the economy starts to open up further late this summer and early fall, that sales tax bounces back to fiscal year 19 highs later this fiscal year. And I had mentioned that for fiscal year 22, that our consultants were estimating the sales tax would kind of be flatter even with fiscal year 21, but in the outside years, we would be looking at a 3.5% increase going forward. For property tax, that will continue to increase each year, with the negative impact being the Chula Vista decision that was mentioned earlier on in this presentation. For Parks and Rec, those projections were lowered for 21. As mentioned in the previous slide, we would be expecting to see a recovery in fiscal year 22. And then the forecast also does not assume any additional federal or state funding in it. On the expenditure side, this assumes that council approves the recommended general fund augmentation. So those have been loaded into this particular forecast. It assumes that the capital funding, so the technology, CIP, vehicle funding, those cost saving measures that were put in place for 21, that's going to be restored for 22 and going forward. It assumes a 2% salary growth assumption for fiscal year 23 forward each year. And then for pension, so for PERS, while we're uncertain on where fiscal year 21 will end for PERS as far as where their investment will be, PERS, for background, PERS assumes about a 7% interest earnings or return on their investments each year. And we know, while we don't know for fiscal year 21 where the number is going to be, although the stock market has done well, hopefully that allows PERS to exceed their expectations. We do know for a fact that for fiscal year 20, they did not meet their benchmark. And so what happens when they don't meet that 7% return is that it results in agencies like ourselves having to contribute more towards our unfunded liability. And so that impact, there is a lag. And so with fiscal year 20, they did not meet the mark there, but then those increased contributions don't start out right out the gate. They usually take 3 years. And so this forecast assumes that that's going to start in fiscal year 23, because that is typically how PERS rolls out those increases when they don't meet their investment target. This assumes that we will fully fund the annual OPEB actual determined contribution. And while we're working on getting an updated valuation this summer, with hopefully the results being in place by early fall, for the purposes of this forecast, we've assumed a 4% increase through the life of the forecast. And then once we actually have the valuation results, we would plug those in and update the forecast when we do the first quarter update next year. This also assumes a 2.5% service and supplies growth assumption for fiscal year 23 forward. Next slide, please. So the following chart is our 5-year forecast through fiscal year 25. I'll walk through the different elements. And so this includes from fiscal year 20, which are actual final numbers, fiscal year 21, which are still, is the current fiscal year we're in. So those are still projected numbers going out to fiscal year 25. And so the blue column represents our non-Measure M general fund expenditures. And so if you look at fiscal year 21, we're looking at 94.3 million being the projection there. And then in 22, as mentioned a little bit earlier in the presentation, we're anticipating the projected expense being 105.9 million, going up to about 113.7 million in fiscal year 25. So the gray line represents our general fund revenues, not including Measure M. And so in fiscal year 21, we're anticipating that number ending at about 93.7 million, going up to about 111.2 million in fiscal year 25. And so for fiscal year 21, the gap is projected to be about 600,000 or half of 1%. And I'm getting that number by taking the difference between that $94.3 million expense in the blue column for fiscal year 21 and subtracting that by that $93.7 million revenue amount. So for fiscal year 22, the gap is projected to be about 6 million, as mentioned a couple of slides ago. And as we move through the years of the forecast, we average about a $3.6 million or 3% gap between non-Measure M general fund revenues and expenses. The difference starts to shrink in fiscal year 23. And in fiscal year 25, the last year of the forecast, we're projecting about a 2.5 million or 2% difference between our projected non-Measure M revenues and expenses. So the orange column, that represents our Measure M expenditures. And so Measure M expenditures were about 9.6 million last fiscal year in 2020. And then we're projecting to spend about 9 million this year. And that drop is primarily due to the fiscal uncertainty of the pandemic when the fiscal year 21 budget was adopted. And for fiscal year 22, that number increases to 18.5 million, as it includes the recommended Measure M projects and programs discussed earlier this evening and at the May 4th special City Council Measure M meeting. For years fiscal year 23 through 25, the assumption is that ongoing staffing allocations and programs, including the community enhancement, district benefit, and pilot programs that were mentioned earlier this evening, continue. And then we're also assuming an additional 3 to 5 million in one-time project costs. So as additional Measure M funding priorities are determined through the development of the long-range Measure M financial plan that the city manager had mentioned earlier in an earlier council item, we would update the forecast to reflect that. And so at the very top of the chart, you see the orange line, and that represents the total general fund revenues, including Measure M. And so we do anticipate overall general fund revenues exceeding expenses by an average of 200,000 over the life of the forecast. Next slide, please. And so the previous slide showed the forecasted revenues and expenditures. The current slide shows the reserves based off of those projections. And so for fiscal year 22, when we're looking at next year, we anticipate the year ending, the budget reserve ending at about 22 million or a 21% reserve. And when you factor in Measure M and when you look at the combined general fund in total, we're looking at 52 million or 49% as the combined reserve. Going through the life of the forecast, the budget reserve is projected to drop from 22 million to about 11 million in 25 or a 10% reserve. And it's primarily because of that gap I had mentioned between the non-Measure M revenues and expenses. But then when you look at the general fund as a whole, which is the bottom row, Combined reserves are projected to increase from 52 million to about 59 million. And then expressed as a percentage, that would be 51% at the end of fiscal year 25. Next slide, please. So the following slide on the reserves is very similar to the one that I just went over. The difference here is it includes a scenario where if the ARPA money were to be used for the general fund. So if that full $12.6 million were to be used in the general fund, this is the impact of that. And so it would be $6.3 million of additional funding in 21 and another additional $6.3 million in 22. And the way that would play out is that you would see a budget reserve of about 34 million in fiscal year 22, or 34%, going up or going down to 24 million or 21% at the end of 25. And then when we're looking at the general fund as a whole, you're looking at a $65 million reserve, or 61% at the end of 22. And then ending the year, or ending fiscal year 25, the last year of the forecast is 72 million or 62%. Next slide, please. So our recommendation would be, by simple motion, receive the general fund third quarter budget report and then adopt the subject resolution related to that budget augmentation, that one budget augmentation that we had for this current fiscal year for 53,000. And then also to provide staff direction on the proposed augmentations that were recommended this evening, so that staff can put together the draft budget document and complete that and make it public prior to our next scheduled budget study session on June 8th. Next slide, please. And with that, we'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll start with the council. We have Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information. I have a couple of questions. On the sheets where you were showing what the proposed cost would be and the recommendations for augmentations. So you had a lot of different jobs and staff that you were replacing or hiring. And so like if it said the cost was $60,232 for a position, is that just the salary for that, or is that the full cost with the benefits and everything else?
Hi, this is Leslie Hoover. For that position,
or any of the positions that are there. So that's why I just,
it would be a full cost. All the positions are costed out with everything total, salary, benefits, all of that. And then for some of that are conversion, like the office assistant, for example, that was like $53,779. They are using current non-full-time funds. So that's why the cost looks a little less, because it was a full-time with all the allocated benefits and then offset by their current non-full-time budget that they already have.
All right. The second part related to that is, would all the people that are hired be on tier 3, except for the people that are conversions that are already have an existing job, even though it's a term limit job?
That's correct. All of them would be tier 3. For any of the new hires, they would be in our tier 3 retiree medical plan.
Okay. And then just looking at the list of, the several different pages of requests, a good many of them are from fire and police. So was it put out to all departments to put in what their requests were, and the police and fire just kind of ended up on the top? I mean, there were other public works and other ones there too, but I mean, there were some big ticket items for police and fire. So I just wonder, were all departments equally considered?
Yes, or city manager, I'm not sure if you'd like to chime in on this, but I can kind of start off. But our process was to have individual meetings with every single one of the departments, have them provide all of their requests and the reasoning for that. And then the budget team would evaluate that. So that's the city manager's office and the finance department. And then we would regroup with all of the departments as well, just to kind of go over all the augmentations again, kind of what the proposed recommendations would be. And just to see if there was any sort of concern or any thing that maybe we had prioritized or recommended as something to prioritize for recommendation to council, that maybe the departments felt differently or had further input on. So that was our process. I'm not sure, Mr. City Manager, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Thank you, Ken. No, I think that adequately covers it. We made sure that this was a very collaborative effort, And again, each department was allowed to come in with their request, and we prioritized it based on need and based on the implementation of the strategic plan. So we feel pretty comfortable with the representation that you see before you tonight.
Okay, and then my final question is, just late this afternoon, we got email with OPEB, the grand jury, and another issue from the grand jury that was, I think, going to be made published today. So, I mean, I just think the OPEB amount that we have, we talked about paying that down, but again, if you pay it down sooner, it's more money in the short run, but it's less money in the long run because you're not paying it for so long. So it just seems like that should be part of this, the whole budget augmentation as well. So those were my questions.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. Fine with receiving, fine with augmentation. So just feedback wise, is there any way to emphasize hiring bilingual staff for particular positions that are required to interact with the public? Is that something we can require?
I'm going to defer to our human resources director on that, just because I don't want to answer that incorrectly, and it's not my area of expertise.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Jessica Bose, Director of Human Resources. We do have some classifications that we have in the minimum qualifications, the requirement for bilingual or being highly desirable. So it can be weighed heavier when applications are reviewed.
All right, thank you. And is there, I was trying to figure out the different positions. So one of the areas that I kind of keep highlighting is really building, going door to door. Essentially, I know it's been a challenge with COVID guidelines, but actually going out and interacting with folks, particularly populations that's kind of been harder to reach out to, build trust with, to impact, but are still dealing with possibly domestic violence and issues with their family. So is there some type of position for the maybe within the family resource department to support a position in there to help support or coordinate those type of efforts?
Yeah, so I'm going to defer to either the city manager or maybe our police chief on as far as if that position exists in the police department FRC unit.
So this is Aaron. I'll have to defer to Joe as well, and that's probably not a fair thing, seeing as Joe's just getting started. If we don't have an answer for you, Councilmember Silva, we can come back with that as part of the next update to council.
How about I just leave it with or this particular comment with I'd like to just clarify when you guys can. I'm fine with that.
Well, we can certainly bring that update back to you and to the entire council at the June 8th meeting when we come back with that portion of the presentation.
Appreciate that. And then I know in the past I kept nagging about sidewalk repairs. Would that be something that would go into this budget proposal? Or is that a totally different topic?
It's something that I think we'd like to handle as a completely different topic, because we think that we have an opportunity for a program that we're still trying to work out some of the details, and we'll be bringing that back to council. But essentially, in the meantime, we're putting on any abatement of non-compliant sidewalks until such time as we have a program in place. And so we'll be bringing that back to council just as soon as we have completed putting that together.
Okay, thank you. And then last question is, how do we go about prioritizing or allocating funds to the different projects specifically related to our Parks and Rec?
Can you give me an example when you say projects? Are you talking about?
So like just if we look at the list of different parks throughout our community, I think every community could use something. Every neighborhood has some type of gap or quote unquote inequity. But is there, I'm just trying to just trying to help me understand what kind of went into the thought process of that. And so like, for example, like, you know, there's been a lot of conversations surrounding Trower Park. And I'm kind of looking back at the master plan, you know, and for example, there's a public survey done at a 2020 Rec Expo. And in there, it says, which facility would you most like to see upgraded or improved? And in there, you know, for example, there's a lot of different parks that say 0. So I'm appreciative that there is a larger amount because Trower Park says 0 in there. So I mean, so I'm just kind of trying to understand like what kind of goes into allocating funds appropriately to the different projects that are listed or suggested.
Well, so that's something that I believe that we're kind of in the exploration stages of doing with council's help. So, you know, again, this is really the first year that we've been, that we were proposing to put a significant amount of Measure M dollars into park improvements. And I can tell you that the parks that we identified as part of that special study session that were once again confirmed tonight was, you know, some detailed discussions with the Parks and Rec staff, looking at the parks needs analysis, looking where there were parks that needed, you know, in areas of need that were greater use, served a larger population. And so we wanted to get the biggest value for the dollar this year. Going forward, that will be an ongoing conversation with, you know, council and Parks and Rec Commission about where is the next level of improvements. And now that we have the Parks and Rec Master Plan approved, that is our implementation tool to begin those conversations each and every year, I would suggest.
Okay. Okay. So then you know, just I should have mentioned it during the master plan, but one thing that kind of kept coming up is quote unquote a soccer field for this community, or access to a soccer field within this community. But I know that's something always in the works, and it's not going to happen overnight. But I guess my bigger concern is just how are we actually getting accurate data from the families that ideally would impact the most. But I know staff's been doing a pretty good job continuing to find innovative ways to get that feedback. So I appreciate that. My last comment is really, or suggestion, kind of jumping ahead on this one. So the American Rescue funds that'll be coming through. So one of the things that, so, you know, the projections are good. You know, I think, you know, there's still, for me particularly, there's still some caution, you know, as far as, you know, what things still look like and how stable things are. But one of the things that I think that's really important is how having a diversified economy is to handle whatever hardships that come up. Like, for example, you know, my parents had worked at American Home Foods when that place shut down. That was the second largest employer, second to the prison. And that really decimated this community and took a while for us to recover, for a lot of families to recover. So I think, you know, I think it shows how important it is to have a diverse economy that allows for that flexibility in, you know, in different income sources to support our families. So that said, I think, you know, I appreciate the conversation earlier with Ken, is that we have, so like it was mentioned that a lot of online ordering really help create a nice buffer, actually increase sales tax. And I'm kind of curious to see if there's a way to use those recovery funds to invest in helping our local businesses develop that type of platform if they don't have that. So essentially having the ability to make or make whatever product that they sell something that can be ordered, quote unquote, online, and then maybe even kind of use the public transportation as a means to deliver. And maybe there's like a you know, kind of a much more involved way, but a way to still meet the, you know, transportation demands and delivery demands of local local businesses, maybe even same day. So I don't know, just kind of want to throw it out there as well. And then another point on that, sorry, just going through my notes here. As far as recovery funds, as much as we can invest in the infrastructure to make sure that we can support our city council and community's priorities to keep getting good jobs here, I think is another key to it, to making sure that we continue to grow beyond. So that's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple comments. I mean, the first comment I want to make to the council, especially because the council's 4 of us are fairly new, and we've got 1 on the way. So I do want to point out, and Ken, talked about this point quite heavily, is we have a structural deficit. We're spending millions more a year than we're taking in. And so if this were your personal budget and you were spending millions more, or let's say thousands more than you were taking in annually in a short period of time, you'd be in trouble. We're very lucky and fortunate that the voters of Vacaville have sort of given us the gift of Measure M. And so Measure M is sort of like a second job that's temporary, right? So we have this second job that's providing, about 17 million, somewhere between 10 and 17 million dollars a year for the next 16 or 17 years. 16 or 17 years, that expires. So that deficit that we have grows from 1 to 2 million to 4 to 5 million and grows and grows and grows. And our general fund reserve goes down and down and down and down over that time period. So I think the question that I want to put out there to council and put out there to the city staff is what happens if in 16 years Vacaville voters are tired of taxes? What if they're tired of CFDs like we're hearing now? What if they're just tired of paying more? We're hearing things like, you're not spending my Measure M funds like you promised. Some people think you are, some people think you aren't. So what do we do if in 16 years voters say no thank you, figure it out with your existing budget? And so I guess the thought I want to put out there is that we should be thinking ahead for that council 17 years down the road. I don't think any of us will be here, and probably not a whole lot of the staff will be here in 17 years. But I'd like to set them up for success. And so I would like to strongly advocate that we're investing a sizable amount every year of Measure M funding for economic development. I mean, we should be trying to grow our tax base by like 300,000 or more a year, if possible. That way, that if and when we get to the end of Measure M, and if the voters decide no thank you, we've built a $5, $6, $7, $8 million income boost that will help cover that deficit and keep the city afloat. And so that leads me to my next point. So looking through the line items here for the budget, there was literally one request for $3,000 for economic development. I only saw one in there, and I'm sure there's more embedded in the budget that I didn't see. But out of all these requests that we had in here for augments and Measure M, there was a $3,000 request for economic development. When council voted on priorities for the strategic plan, I believe fiscal sustainability was number 1, and then housing and economic development were like second and third. There's almost nothing in the augments or Measure M for housing. There's almost nothing in there for development initiatives to get more building done for houses that Vacaville residents can afford. There's a ton in there for number 1, which number 1 was one of the lowest ranked categories in the budget. And there's quite a bit for number 4, which I think there is quite a bit of discussion about as well. But there's really nothing in there. I mean, 2 and 3 are just very light. So I just wanted to reflect back on that ranking process, and looking at this list here, it's very, very, very heavy in category 1. And I think that's something we should talk about. With that being said, I am pretty uncomfortable with the $1 million public safety equipment replacement fund. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but I'd like to see the detail on that first. I don't mean this in a negative way, but if you give someone $1 million fund, they'll find stuff to replace. So I'd like to see what that is first. I mean, I'd love to give $1 million to parks for replacement fund. I'd love to give it to Public Works to replace their equipment. But I think just setting up $1 million fund without the detail or line item backup or justification I'd like to see that first. I'm not comfortable approving that tonight, and I don't really want to move forward with that until we know what we need. And I don't want to be approving things that we don't necessarily need, like public safety equipment that may be great for the city, but maybe it's going to be used once every 3 years, or maybe it's not really super effective. So I want to see the line item detail before that goes forward. The homelessness budget was $331,000 is what it sounds like. So I guess my question is for Emily or for Aaron. Is that all earmarked for stuff already that we're doing? Or is there any room in there to potentially do projects with the county or the JPA or match grants? Or is that 331,000 already all spoken for in terms of homelessness?
Certainly, Vice Mayor. So right now, as it stands, these are efforts that are currently being undertaken by a multitude of departments here for existing programs and services. Because the subject of homelessness is not one of our higher priorities in the strategic plan right now, we have not proposed to allocate any additional funds to expand upon those programs or services at this time.
Great. So I appreciate that point, Mayor. So I do want to make the point that that's about 0.3% of our budget. You know, it's a very small percentage of our budget. And even though homelessness didn't rank up very high, what we're doing now is not necessarily getting people out of homelessness. It's triaging the damage to our creeks and parks and paying for police officers and public works to sort of clean up the mess. And so it's very downstream. We're not really fixing the problem. The council has tasked Councilmember Stockton and myself to sit on this 2x2 with the county and come up with ideas and plans. We have a very active homeless roundtable that are basically working for nothing. So if we're not going to put money behind this or a budget behind this or funds behind this, I'm not exactly sure why we're even meeting to discuss homeless services in Vacaville, because the things we're doing now are great, but they're not actually addressing the root cause of homelessness and getting people housed. And so I would like to implore the council to make this a higher priority and add a couple $100,000 so that Councilmember Stockton and I can actually go back to the Board of Soups and actually go back to the homeless roundtable at some point in time and start coming up with solutions. Because right now, frankly, what we're doing is not working. And so again, 0.3%, 0.3% of the budget is that now. So another 200,000 or 300,000 would be something that I would strongly advocate for. You know, we're going to put $1 million up for public safety equipment that we're not exactly sure what we'll use. I don't know why we didn't put up 200,000 for homeless services when we know we have 116 homeless people in Vacaville. Lastly, I have two questions, and Ken, this might be you or this might be Leslie. Do we factor in vacancy savings? I know we're having some trouble recruiting in certain areas now. We're holding some positions vacant and some are just held vacant for a variety of different reasons. Do you factor in that vacancy savings in this budget?
Sorry about that, Vice Mayor. We just got reconnected, and so about 30 seconds ago, so we didn't catch kind of what was said prior to that. The last thing I heard was related to the equipment refund and trying to get more detail on that, and then just this most recent question related to the vacancy. And so, yes, we do assume a vacancy factor when we're projecting out, and so that vacancy factor is about 2% that we project out. So a vacancy factor is factored in to the forecast. And then regarding the equipment, the public safety equipment fund and the detail behind that, I'm going to ask our budget manager, Leslie Hoover, to kind of start on that, and then we can pass it on to the police department if they want to provide, if they can provide more detail, and the fire department related to that. So,
thanks, Ken. As far as that, the public safety equipment replacement fund, this has been an issue that's been ongoing for several years now. We're always trying to kind of scramble to find money to replace these. These aren't kind of new things. They're more standard. Like in our fire department, 400,000 approximately is for 15 life pack heart monitor and defibrillators. These are essential to what our fire department does. These are life-saving equipment that goes on our ambulances. And then like on the PD side, as far as our Axon officer safety program, this includes, the officers' body cameras, the dash cameras, the tasers. And so this is approximately 182,000. Our contract's coming up in this next year, and there's going to be significant increases in that. And also about 200,000 or 220,000 is for the replacement of portable radios that allow for encryption. We have a new radio system, and so we're going to have to supply that with the radios that our officers need, and even in our fire department as well. We're going to have to replace this equipment. And in the past, we've never had a plan or a schedule to replace this equipment. We've done well as far as trying to get grants for these. That's how we initially got these heart monitors, was through a grant. And they're past their useful life now, and we have to address these problems. And so we're trying to be proactive. And this fund isn't for any of the departments to use specifically. This will be managed with out of the budget division. This has, we will meet with the city manager. This is more of a group discussion. So it's not just for someone to go out and buy something that they want on a whim. There's also, okay. Thank you.
Can you send the line item detail behind that to council at some point in time?
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, after you explain it, that makes a lot more sense. And I do appreciate that. And I guess, so did you miss my whole point of the talk about homelessness? Did you guys, Ken, you mentioned you disconnected. I don't know if that was just you or if that was the whole council.
I think it's just the budget team, so we're all in the same room. But yes, I heard you mention homelessness and kind of the need there, but I did not get the full details. So I apologize, but if you can go over that again, I'd be happy to answer questions related to that.
So this is Aaron. If I can jump in again. So and not to interrupt Ken's response to this, but the request was made is there an opportunity to put $200,000 or $300,000 towards the subject of homelessness? And again, I don't mean to belittle the subject of homelessness. I'm just simply suggesting that until we have a program or a game plan for that particular broader subject, I would just ask the council to be thoughtful about putting additional funds there to it, because at this point, $200,000-$300,000 could be used on a variety of different things, but until I'm able to evaluate what that is and put the resources needed to that, I'm not in a position to recommend how that can be spent. And so right now, if the council is interested in making it a higher priority, I would have to come back to you as part of the strategic plan discussion and ask you what other priorities would you like to shift? Because at this point in time, right now, staff is fully allocated to these other priorities that were ranked higher by the city council earlier this year.
So city manager, I can totally appreciate that, and I understand exactly what you're saying. I do think to some degree it's a little bit chicken before the egg before the chicken. So if we come back with a proposal from the 2x2 next year on homelessness, I'm going to be told there's no budget for it and wait till next year. So it is sort of frustrating that I'm put in sort of a no-win position where or if I go to the community, the homeless roundtable and say, hey guys, let's work on ideas for homelessness. They say, well, what's your budget? And I say, well, I don't know. Just come up with ideas and I'll bounce it back to council. Again, that's super not productive. And even though we keep saying that homelessness ranked lower than a lot of these topics, I went back and watched the tape. There were lower ranked topics in the public safety category. And I'm not saying that we should eliminate public safety or change it or eder it, but homelessness is part of that public safety category. And frankly, the housing area did rank pretty high. And so we just continue to ignore it. We have people calling in week after week about homeless services. We don't have people calling and asking for new radios, and we don't have radios sleeping on the streets and literally, dying in the cold. And so, Aaron, I appreciate your point, but at a certain point, I'm not sure exactly how to bring this forward. So hopefully maybe some of my other council members chime in on this, because it does feel like I'm beating my head against the wall, and maybe I'm just on an island on homelessness, but it's something that we have to take care of in Vacaville. And I'm sort of frustrated being told no repeatedly. City manager, you're exactly right in your assessment. This isn't personally directed at you by any means. And you're telling me kind of what you've been told by the council, but homelessness doesn't evaporate. It doesn't go away because we close the warming center. It goes back into our creeks and parks, and we need to deal with it. So I'll get off my high horse, but again, I'd like to see the line item behind the public safety replacement fund. I do think our priorities are slightly off based on the way council ranks things. And again, I am a little concerned that we don't have a whole lot in here for economic development or housing, and we're not really thinking about how we replace that revenue from Measure M. Thank you. That's all my comments.
All right, Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thanks. So I just want to add, so I just want to reiterate, so to some of Nolan's points, I do feel that, so the first point that I wanted to acknowledge is that I do feel there should be more support on with respect to economic development. And to me, that's how we address issues with poverty. That's how we address the prevention of homelessness as one means. By no means is it something that I think anybody truly has a solution for. That's my opinion. Otherwise, it'd be solved. And frankly, it's not. There's a lot of additional complexities to it all. So to the topic of homelessness, what I'd personally like to see is just I haven't seen like a comprehensive overview of what we currently support. I've seen a list, I think, in a couple of years ago, but just to kind of understand where things are at now, and then and again, some type of plans of how we can go about supporting, addressing whatever gaps that there are. But that really goes towards all of our systems. Again, I think there's a lot of good people that are out there doing a lot of good work, but then there's this gap in being able to connect it with individuals. And so then we have all these great programs, all these great efforts, but again, like most people don't quite know about that or how to access it, or depending on the situation. So I think that's so that's why I guess me personally, where my earlier comments were about, is how do we form these connections with folks? Because if we're going to put money into these programs, we're going to put money into these salaries, we're going to put money into people. Let's make sure it's actually getting in there, and that growth is fostered, that mentorship is fostered. Same thing with the Parks and Rec. If we're going to hire the staff, I really want to see mentorship as part of that. I want to see collaborations with our districts, our school districts, on how we can best serve our families and our students. And so, and when I'm talking about families, I'm talking about people from all ages, right? So I get Councilmember Sullivan's point as far as the allocation and how that matches up with our priorities as a council. But again, I want to reiterate, one, my support that we really need to continue to find ways to build, to develop economically. And one of those other, so to add on to that, I wanted to suggest some, whether it be a consultant, whether it be a specialized skill set that an employee would have, but someone that has the ability to go into a neighborhood and assess and bring people together, whether that be with individual citizens or that can be with the actual businesses, and how to bring those businesses together to essentially revitalize certain areas within our community that want it, and are willing to find ways to support it or invest in it how and when they can. So that's something else I just kind of want to put out there. So somebody that can help develop neighborhoods or different economic factors to create more sustainability within our community. And as far as the topics about homelessness, I do feel that I think that by and large most people want issues with homelessness addressed. So I wouldn't say it's like not a priority. I think the question is, what do we do? How do we go about supporting that? What does it look like? And so that way, again, that we're investing in something that's connected to where it actually, it's set up to succeed, and they themselves are set up to succeed. So I think that's just, so for me personally, just kind of going back to my earlier comments, and I don't want to reiterate it, but seeing like an overall comprehensive plan of where we're at and where we need to go, I think would be valuable in that discussion. Thanks.
I'm going to open up for public comment. We only have 16 people left. I don't see any public comment. I'm going to close public comment. No, I'm going to go to Whitney Brecken.
Hi, this is Wendy Brecken. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to thank staff for such a great presentation and such good discussion with the council. I second Councilmember Wiley's suggestion that maybe an analysis be done about unfunded liabilities, so that maybe take a look at paying it down early to save on interest and such. Also, Councilmember Silva had a very good question about how do you prioritize that huge list of projects that had to do with so many different aspects of the community, from detention basins to prevent flooding to all the different parks. And I think it's a good question. I mean, I think it has to involve some more analysis and facts about, for example, detention basins and why are they needed and what would be the impact if we didn't do them. And, you know, and we're just basically asking council to compare apples and oranges, but I think the more facts, the better. And then maybe also some, I don't know, monkey survey or survey monkey, I guess it's called, to, you know, maybe to the different neighborhoods to see what's most important for them. If I don't think that's been done recently on a broad scale. I think it was done for like 1,500 people. That's my memory. It'd be nice to just like have everybody get an email, or at least those emails that you know in the community, to say, you know, here's a list of parks in your areas, here's the amenities and the master park plan, and you know, what do you think? How do you prioritize this, if that's possible? And anyway, I just wanted to thank you guys again. I know this is hard work, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Hello, Mayor, Council, and staff. This is Roberto Valdez again. I've been hearing your conversations on different topics, particularly this one, budget. I think it's great that you're having a good discussion, and I hope you continue. My point to call, just connecting with you, is again to applaud Mr. Silva, Mr. Sullivan, and I believe Mrs. Wiley, for your comments in regards to the homelessness. This is something you cannot close your eyes to. It is going to get worse. It is getting worse. You just go to Oakland. Just go to San Francisco. And we are not immune to that. You cannot expect people to be rational human beings when they're not eating properly, they're not sleeping properly, they don't have any shelter, food, clothing, nothing that makes them human. And when they get to that level, you can expect the worst. So I suggest to you, if you really think about this, and I applaud you again for considering, yeah, we have a lot of needs about health and safety, but that is basic human needs. And if you were faced with that position, and I've been there, let me tell you, I don't want to go to the next level when people go crazy. Okay, so please listen to your viewers and think about it. Don't close your eyes to it. And again, I applaud you for, and it's you're on the hot seat. You get to decide what happens in the city, and you will be held responsible for it. And you've heard it, and you keep hearing it from the public. So please open your eyes, open your ears, and ask questions, and go out to the people that are out on the street, living under the creeks. You know, it's great that you're hiring them, but you know, it doesn't seem to be getting better. It's getting worse for our country, and that's what I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Next caller.
Hi, this is Alicia Minion. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to thank the staff for the excellent presentation. I appreciate all the council members' questions. I'm just calling to advocate for a budget committee that's staffed with members of the public. And I also want to advocate for a Measure M committee, and this will assist in prioritizing projects. In addition, with regard to the unfunded liabilities, I think it would be great if you can get an outside expert to help you provide advice on how to prioritize the funding of those. I don't know that I would prioritize OPEB because I think the unfunded liability for the pension is an issue. It's a concern. So I think an outside person to assist with that would be great. And then with regard to the discussion on homelessness, and also with regard to the discussion earlier on the affordable housing project on South Orchard, if you consider the Allison Drive location, I think it would be great if you can consider budgeting to bring more money to the table in the terms of a preferential loan to assist Eden Housing to make that project happen on Allison Drive. You can always renegotiate the DDLA with Eden Housing to bring more money to the table. And thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment, seeing no other hands. And I'm going to bring it back. Mr. City Manager, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate everyone's comments and questions and inquiries about a very complicated and a very large project and process that is the city budget. There are a lot of moving pieces, and I want the community and the council to know that city staff is actively working on all those issues that have been raised tonight to address those in a strategic manner. We are aware of the needs of the community. We have, only a certain amount of resources to tackle all those needs. But, some of the issues that you hear about tonight, how do we prioritize parks over detention basins, over economic development, infrastructure projects, and things like that? We are actively engaged in just about every topic that was brought up tonight, including the OPEB and all those other things, unfunded liabilities. We are actively working on strategic plans of a variety of sorts for those subjects. The challenge is that when you put all those pieces together, it's a big list. And so to come out of a strategic and cautious budget last year where we were very thin and cautious, to jump right out and try to tackle every issue that was raised tonight, I don't think is practical. We are, as we've said numerous times tonight, that we are trying to open business back up, reinvest into the community through the Measure M funds going into park improvements. Throughout the course of the year, we will continually be updating the council on activities related to economic development. You have approved the recovery strategies, our biotech strategies. We have staff actively working out there nonstop. We are constantly working on special teams to formulate development processes to help spur on new economic development investment. So there is a lot happening. We intend to come back to the council perhaps mid-year with discussions about all the ongoing needs to maintain and operate a city of this size, and all of the important operational needs to keep equipment up and running, to provide detention basins and facilities. So I just want the council and the community to know that we hear you, we're aware of all those issues. We are working on incremental plans on each and every one of those subjects. And we are tackling those as we have the resources, and more importantly, as the council's priorities and visions for us to bring those back. So this is a long haul, and we're in it for, through the end. And we will continue to keep the council up to date and the community. And I think, as we monitor things, we have opportunities throughout the course of the year, mid-year or something, to make changes to the budget. So if there is a desire or something new comes up with homelessness or any other subject, there are opportunities during the course of the year to readjust and reprioritize. So I appreciate everyone's time. I appreciate everyone's comments. We are committed to addressing all the issues that were raised tonight, and I think you'll see that as we go forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I appreciate the words. Councilmember Stockton?
Yes, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their comments, as well as the city manager and the public's input as well. First and foremost, what an incredibly difficult presentation. It's apparent that a tremendous amount of work went into putting all the detail and stuff that is in there for tonight's, for our consideration tonight. A couple things. I know that you're requesting a budget augmentation. I'm wondering if the recently approved Downtown Streets program could be used to maybe offset some of the costs to do some of the creek cleanups. I think that's a good allocation of for that program to utilize maybe some of that cleanup duties. The other thing in relation to the homeless issue, which I appreciate everyone's comments on. I recognize where that's at with the within the priorities. But I also recognize the fact that Council or Vice Mayor Sullivan and I are working with the county to try to find funding and to try to regionalize efforts to really make a dent there. And so I remain committed, Vice Mayor, to that issue with you, to trying to get as much of the $2 million in redevelopment fees that the county is keeping so that we can get a portion of that put towards the homeless issue as it affects Vacaville and the county. And I think that's our job. Our job is to find a way and to help address some of these issues, even if, there are more pressing matters that have to be dealt with first. And so I remain committed to that. In response to some of the comments about the $1 million, I'm all for seeing a line item of that as well, but I would like to remind folks that it wasn't that long ago where the communication of our public safety professionals is what protected our town from from a huge fire, from conducting evacuations, working with public works, police and fire to protect our community. And so from the things that were mentioned, it seems like, radios, helmets, and certainly less lethal equipment when de-escalation techniques and stuff like that are now being required, seem essential, not like luxury items. And so, and they may even be mandatory. So I want to keep that in mind as well. But the line item, I'm all for looking at that and making sure that these items are absolutely necessary. And the question was asked, I believe by Ms. Brecken, and I think it's been brought up, how do we prioritize all of this? And I think the answer is we trust our staff. We listen to the public. We trust our department heads to make some of these decisions. And it is very apparent that our staff worked together to come up with this list. Now, I understand it's our responsibility as a council to kind of fine tune some things as well, but I really want to commend the staff that put everything together for this presentation, because it is an extremely complex budget to put together and to prioritize. And so I would like to thank you. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we approve the budget augmentation request as recommended by staff.
I'll second that. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley? Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Mayor Rolette?
Aye. Okay, we'll move on to item 9F, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. This is an informational item related to all things groundwater. It is an important topic at this time, but in light of the hour, I hope we can get a brief presentation on this. Justin Cole, our Assistant Director of Utilities, has a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Tonight I got a presentation on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and the Groundwater Sustainability Plan for the City of Vacaville Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Next slide, please. Tonight I have Bonnie helping me out with this presentation. She's an Associate Utilities Civil Engineer, and I'm Justin, the Assistant Director of Utilities. Next slide. Before I get started, I'd like to bring your attention to the recent drought state of emergency proclamation that Governor Newsom issued a few weeks ago. This new proclamation does include Solano County. The city of Vacaville, along with other cities in Solano County, anticipate having adequate water supplies this year. As we go into another drought, it's very important to remember to use water wisely, especially outdoors, where most water is used. More on this topic will be discussed at the next City Council meeting when we present the Urban Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Next slide, please. So Vacaville is unique in that we got three different water sources. We get water from Lake Berryessa, we get water from the Delta, and we also have 9 active groundwater wells within the city limits. Next slide, please. It's these groundwater wells that make us have to be compliant with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. SGMA was enacted to halt overdraft and bring groundwater basins into balanced levels of pumping and recharge. SGMA establishes a new structure for managing California groundwater resources at the local level by local agencies. SGMA requires that groundwater basins of medium and high priority, as determined by the California Department of Water Resources, form a groundwater sustainability agency, or a GSA. These new GSAs will have to develop and adopt a groundwater sustainability plan by January 31st, 2022. Next slide, please. SGMA uses a process that utilizes the best available information to classify California groundwater basins into one of 4 categories. That's the high, medium, low, and very low priorities. Vacaville is located in the Solano Subbasin, which was classified as a medium priority basin by DWR. This means the subbasin is required to prepare a groundwater sustainability plan. Next slide, please. As you can see on the map on the right, that is the Solano Subbasin, and there are multiple groundwater sustainability agencies that have been formed. SGMA requires that all of these agencies work together on a basin-wide scale. The Vacaville GSA has been working with these agencies and stakeholders to rely on groundwater in the Solano Subbasin. These conversations have been facilitated through the Solano County Water Agency. The GSAs have established a Solano Collaborative Working Group to facilitate regular communications throughout the SGMA process. Next slide, please. So the 3 main components of SGMA are to form a groundwater sustainability agency, which we have done. Next is to develop and submit a groundwater sustainability plan, which we're currently in the process of doing. And then finally, achieve and maintain sustainability. Next slide. So the City Council decided to become a groundwater sustainability agency for the portions of the Solano Subbasin within the City of Vacaville city limits. In doing so, the City Council acts as the Vacaville GSA Board of Directors, and the City Manager is the Executive Director. A GSA is responsible for sustainably managing groundwater. The intent of SGMA is to recognize and preserve local authority of the cities and counties to manage groundwater. As a result, local governments play an important land use and water management role in California. Next slide, please. So early on in the SGMA process, the Solano Subbasin GSAs applied for a grant from DWR and were awarded a $1 million groundwater planning grant to develop a single GSP for the Solano Subbasin. A collaboration agreement was prepared that establishes the working relationships between the various GSAs and the process for developing a single GSP. We also issued RFPs and selected the team of Ludorf and Scalamini to develop our groundwater sustainability plan. The total budget to develop the GSP is $1.6 million. This budget covers all the necessary tasks required for the GSP document. The funds to complete the GSP will come from the $1 million grant and $700,000 from the Solano County Water Agency. Now I'll turn it over to Bonnie to discuss the GSP status.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Next slide, please. I will be covering the purpose of the overall groundwater sustainability plan, which is in a big picture to avoid these 6 undesirable results that the state has set forth for us, both under present conditions and into the future. These include lowering of groundwater levels, reduction of groundwater storage, seawater intrusion, water quality degradation, land subsidence, and depletion of surface water. Not all of these may be applicable to our area, like seawater intrusion, but each plan must show that it has considered the potential for these results and how it would plan to avoid them. Historically and under current conditions, groundwater in the Solano Subbasin has been in good shape, and the work on the plan so far has not identified any major concerns for the Vacaville area in the future. Next slide, please. The groundwater sustainability plan document, as is being written, is aimed to be a more reader-friendly and publicly accessible document that will be supported by detailed technical and modeling information attached as appendices. So far, 4 of 9 sections have fully completed drafts. Each of these sections is being made available for public review following an initial internal technical review by staff. The consultant team so far has completed the introduction, an overview of the plan area, which describes the cities and land uses within the Solano subbasin, basin setting, which covers the geology and groundwater conditions in the region, and section 4, which identifies historical, current, and projected water supplies based on future land use and population trends. Next slide, please. There are still several sections that need to be completed and reviewed within the next few months. As you can see on this timeline, completed tasks are identified on the top of the timeline and upcoming sections are on the bottom. Work has been ongoing on many of these sections with background research, but several sections had been delayed as the group was waiting for the state to release a final water model that would be available for our use. These upcoming sections include Section 7 in June, covering groundwater monitoring, Sections 5 and 6 in July on the overall water budget and sustainability goals, Sections 8 and 9 in August, identifying potential future projects and implementation plans. And then the full draft is expected to be made available for internal review by staff by the end of August and available for public comment and review in the fall. Once again, this is to get it done so that it can be adopted by the end of the year and submitted to the State Department of Water Resources in January. Now I will turn it back over to Justin to go over the next steps and wrap us up.
Thank you, Bonnie. Staff is seeking direction from the Vacaville GSA board regarding the following options for board member review and approval. The first option is submit a final draft of the GSP to the Vacaville GSA board for review and comments in October, and with final approval in December. The second option is submit draft chapters of the GSP for comments as each chapter is prepared, and request approval for the final document in December. Item 3 is there was 3 options in the staff report, and in the way that they're delivering the deliverables, it's not going to work. Staff's recommendation is option 1. Next slide. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I will open up to public comment. I do see one hand up.
Hi, good evening. It's Alicia Minion again. I just have a few questions. I was curious, when you read in the news that virtually all of the state of California is in extreme drought conditions. And I was wondering if the state or any local water control board or any other agencies requiring the GSA to produce any particular data or any special reporting to closely monitor the situation with groundwater or any type of water issue. The other question I have is, I noticed that the lagoon at Lagoon Valley was dry, but then I live near One Lake, the One Lake home development. Their lake is full. And I don't know if this is under your purview, but I was wondering why that is. And if there's any kind of groundwater issue that's the reason why Lagoon Valley is dry. And then lastly, I was wondering, it doesn't seem like all cities have formed a GSA. And I was just wondering, is there any particular monetary benefit for creating the GSA? And if so, what kind of benefits do you receive in addition to maybe grants? I was just wondering, what are the benefits of forming the GSA entity or being a part of one? Thank you.
Are we going to be able to answer those questions?
Yeah, I think I can give it a shot. The first one, that's the intent of Sigma. is in preparation of the future unreliability of groundwater supplies, and is to prepare a document that lays out a plan that we can achieve sustainability 20 years in the future. The second question, as far as the lakes and versus Lagoon Valley, that's really not in my purview, so I don't really have an answer for that question. And the third one is if there's any monetary benefits to be in a GSA. There is not. Having a GSA board that governs our groundwater gives us a bit more control in the process. I hope those answered the questions.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff, as public. Again, this is Roberto. I am excited of what we're talking about. I so happen to hear about this whole issue that the city now and the counties are facing as part of the state efforts to save our groundwater from the top to the bottom or the bottom to the top. And so I just want to say I want to commend you for taking this issue and getting involved. And you know, this information that I got, I have it in my hand right now. On Groundwater Essential, Your Voice is Essential. I got it from the farmers market. So I recommend to every citizen in Vacaville to go down to the farmers market on Saturday morning from 7 to or 8, whatever, 12, and get that information and get involved. And so we can save our water. Without water, we're not going to be around, period. And we are still facing a lot of obstacles. One of my biggest frustrations is the fact that we don't have a really strong proposed habitat conservation plan as well, which directly leads into other water resources in our city that affect our city. 1/3 of our development will be gone if the federal government decides to cut us off from Lake Perry. Yes, and they can. They have the power. You don't, and I don't think they will. But you know, you never know. So what I'm trying to tell you is that I applaud you for doing this and continue to do it. Get involved, learn, educate yourself about the importance of groundwater. I hear it from the farmers. I've heard it from the fishermen, and I've heard all this from the Department of Water Resources and the Solano County Water Agency, and from the county and everybody's got their views, and they don't all always agree. But let me tell you, they're good people. They got the best experts there, and it would be a shame if we lose our water rights and our access to water because we did not conserve our water. We need the state, especially facing this drought, we need a state conservation plan to preserve water, to maintain our water system so that nobody goes dry, nobody suffers from thirst, and that we all have drinkable water, most important of all. Thank you.
Next caller.
Hi, this is Wendy Brecken, and I just had a question about since you're using the groundwater for drinking water, I'm sure you're monitoring it now. What kind of pollutants, if any, are you finding, and kind of what level?
Before you answer that question, I'm going to close public comment, and then you answer the question. Go ahead and answer the question.
Okay, yeah, our drinking water meets all public health and state requirements.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Silva.
I just want to say thanks for sticking around. Thanks for presenting. You know, I'm on the Solano GSP Community Advisory Committee and look forward to the meeting on June 1st. So just want to express my appreciation for you guys sticking around and presenting on how important our groundwater is. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to 9G, COVID-19 update. Chief Conception, are you with us?
I am, sir. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, good evening. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm going to be really quick. Next slide, please, Crystal. California is up to almost 3.7 million cases, 61,770 deaths. The 7-day positivity is 0.8%. All of these numbers are trending in the absolute right direction, so that's good. Solano County, also trending in the right direction, although still a little bit higher than we'd like. The biggest thing is that our active cases is down to 154, so it's a drop of 95 from 2 weeks ago. So that's a real good thing. 7-day positivity is at 1.3%, and that's a decrease of 0.5% from 7 days ago. Vacaville is up to 8,662 cases. So we've had 75 cases in the last 2 weeks. Next slide, please. As far as California, the vaccine is now available to everyone that's 12 and older. And as far as Californians, there's been over about 36.5 million folks that have been vaccinated. The big news in California, what we're looking forward to is the June 15th reopening and loosening of the restrictions to be able to have no restrictions as far as capacity in restaurants is the most important thing. And so details of that is yet forthcoming. But the big thing is that large gatherings are going to be allowed again. So that's a good thing. Solano County is still in the red tier, but as of June 15th, the tier system is going to go away. As far as the vaccinations, 63% of the population of Solano County have at least one dose, and 169,000 or almost 170,000 folks, almost 48% of the people have been fully vaccinated. In the city of Vacaville, we have some good news. City facilities is going to be open to walk-in traffic beginning on June 1st. So people don't have to make an appointment anymore to come into City Hall. And happy also to report on May 19th last week, we held the largest yet vaccination clinic in Vacaville. It was supposed to be a second dose clinic, but they were also taking walk-ins for first dose. And 2,146 people were vaccinated between Vaca High and Leisure Town. So very good news there. And then another bit of good news, this is not yet finalized, but County Health, our police department's community response unit, Opportunity House, and our Vacaville paramedics are working together and ironing out the details. They're hoping to do this on June 1st. That date may still change, but they're hoping to have a mobile vaccination clinic for our homeless folks. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to public comment. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I don't see any hands up from the council. I appreciate the report. We will move on to reports of city manager.
And done tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Reports of city council. I see Vice Mayor Sullivan's hand up.
I just wanted to send a quick thank you and shout out to a couple of the city staff this weekend, particularly to the city manager, Aaron Bush, and then the buffest economic development officer you've ever met, Don Burris, and Sergeant Cardona and a couple other staff. They were out there doing community cleanup this weekend in several different districts with quite a few other staff. And the Recology team was out there with some dumpsters as well. So I just really appreciate the effort in helping these communities, particularly you guys being out there yourselves. I saw a couple pictures of you guys lugging around mattresses and big old heavy furniture and all that other good stuff. So huge thank you to those staff members for doing that, and just a really cool way to engage with the community. Thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiley.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. One is I certainly support putting the pride flag up on First City. So I think we should talk about that sometime soon. And I also think that another topic we can discuss is accessory dwelling units, because that has come to light. So I'd like to talk about that sometime soon. And I did go to the youth roundtable this week or last week, and there are jobs for young people with our Parks and Rec Department. So if anyone's looking for, teenagers who are looking for a summer job, so check that out on our website. And a shout out to the Solano Commission for Women and Girls because they collected period products and packaged them for homeless people. And I also did my ride along with the police with Sergeant Miller a couple weeks ago, and it was very enlightening, and I enjoyed my evening seeing what was happening in Vacaville. And that's just a couple of things. So I appreciate all the effort that people put into the presentations tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, just thank you to all the staff and Recology that made it possible for folks to come together and toss out their stuff. I know it's was a challenge to get people to get out there, but the fact that you all came out Saturday, your full Saturday morning, I deeply appreciate that. I'm kind of curious to learn more about our policy on certain flags that we fly. So I'm not sure how that can come up, but just looking up different things, I'm wondering if we have the right inclusive policy for our city. So I'd like to learn more about that as well. And yeah, so that's just that's the main things. Everything else I wanted to share was addressed. But likewise to Council Member Wiley, I really look forward to continuing the ride alongs with PD. Looking at things from different perspectives is key. Making sure that we are exposed to all different points of view is very important. And then maybe on that note, once the study proposal comes up, we keep hearing suggestions from the community. I really like that evaluation to include best ways to engage the community in these processes. I think it's key to building those relationships in a positive, productive way. So thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I know we have a holiday weekend coming up this weekend. The council will meet again before the holiday. Just wanted to acknowledge Memorial Day and what people are celebrating this weekend. To a lot of veterans, including myself, Memorial Day is often a tough holiday because personally, I've lost more friends from combat and suicide than anything else. So I just want people to remember and recognize what we're actually celebrating this weekend. And it's not a thank you for your service type weekend. It's just remember those that gave up everything. And the American Legion VFW are hosting a Memorial Day event this weekend at the Elmira Cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Vice Mayor Sullivan, did you want to speak again, or did you just leave your hand up?
I did. I'm sorry. I had one last comment, 11. I know it's late, guys, and I forgot, and I know everyone's tired. I did want to chime in on Councilmember Wiley and Councilmember Silva's comments about the flag issue. City Manager, I don't necessarily need you to respond, but I'm not sure if it would be best for you to send us some documentation. We've got requests now from the Solano Pride Center, a couple residents tonight, and a couple residents via email. I'd really like to know what the process is or isn't. I know we say we don't fly flags, but there's flags down in the park. We do a Christmas tree. We do menorah lighting. A bunch of other places in Solano County do this, and we have residents asking about it. So I don't know if we need an agendized discussion soon, or if you can send us some information behind the scenes and we can kind of talk about it and work through it. But this is, it's a fairly big issue, and lots of people are asking about it. And you have at least 3 council members that are interested in hearing more about next steps or what our stance is. So I'll kind of leave it at that, and you can kind of direct what you want to direct behind the scenes. But I would like to hear some information about that myself.
Yeah, and I too want to hear about what we can do and what we can't do. So, Mr. City Manager, just work on that and bring that back to the City Council when you can. Thank you. Okay, we are going to close session. So we got to go to closed session now. For the council, please jump on Zoom. And we got a couple things to talk about tonight. And the rest, good night, Vacaville. I adjourn the meeting.